Good morning. I'm Senator Chip Curry, and I'll be presiding over this work session of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. The purpose of this meeting is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for members to consider the legislative proposals before them and make recommendations or reports to the legislature. Only committee members will be participating in the work session using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel and will also be recorded for viewing after the meeting is concluded. We are broadcasting this audio of this meeting on the legislature's website as well. And Jody, let's see. There will also be, if we so desire to have a guest or an expert to be joining us. Let's see, the YouTube live stream of this meeting, which is accessible to the public, begins at the scheduled start time for the work session and will remain on until the end of the day's work. So if your video is on, and even if the committee is not, then the active session is on. Even if the committee is on an active session for a break, the public can still see and hear you. Please check your microphones and your video cameras. This is a public meeting, and I must remind you that while a meeting and discussion must happen on screen and not by way of Zoom chat. Chat is to be limited to the technical issues and sent to the committee clerk. And so I will remind you to go ahead and do that. At this point, I would like to ask the committee members to introduce themselves.
Good morning. This is Representative Valley Geiger, District 93, Rockland and Owl's Head.
Good morning. This is District 73, Buckland and Paris. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula.
Good morning. This is Representative Amanda Collmore. I represent House District 106, Pittsfield, Clinton, and Detroit.
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Good morning. I'm Representative Jack Ducharme. I represent Madison, Norridgewock, and Solon, District 111.
Good morning. I'm Representative Sue Austin. I'm hailing from Gray this morning. I represent portions of Gray and Raymond and Casco, and I have all the Fry Island in Big Sebago Lake.
Representative Tavis Hassenfuss, representing House District 81, which is Winthrop, Reedfield, and North Monmouth.
Representative Kyle Bailey, House District 27, a part of Gorham and a small part of North Scarborough.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent Caribou, Westmanland, and New Sweden.
Have we lost Representative Roberts?
She was here briefly, but she has disappeared again.
Checking the attendee list.
I'm checking and I don't see her there. That's what I did too.
Okay, well, I will make sure that we'll have her introduce herself when she gets back in. And I am Senator Chip Curry, and I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. Welcome. So a couple more items for the introductions before we get into the work session. And I'm seeing Representative Roberts joining us. So before I do that, I'll let her get in. Representative Roberts, would you like to introduce yourself? Okay, maybe Representative Roberts is not quite in yet. So let's see. So I mentioned chat already. If you are in the attendee list or the panelist, one of the panelists, then please direct your chat to our clerk, and I'd like to introduce her now. Jody Breton is our clerk, and she will be navigating. If we need to bring any guests in or experts in to speak on the for the work session, she'll be navigating, moving people from attendee to panelist. And so if you have a technical issue, please reach out to her. And if for any reason that's not working, you can reach out directly to me. One of the challenges that we found is when people reach out to everyone, it does tend to interrupt the train of thought of whoever's presenting. So if you could keep from doing that, that would be helpful. Let's see. I think we have covered all of the basics of the meeting. I'm just checking again for Representative Roberts because I see you're here, but I can't see your Representative Roberts. Are you able to say anything? Does not look like it. So we're having some technical issues this morning. And I guess that's one area that I have not addressed, which we usually say is if we do have technical issues, please be patient with us and also make sure to let us know that if there is something that where you can't hear or speak, then that's a big deal. And I would like to be able to interrupt and stop that so we make sure that we're moving forward. Let's see here. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce, in addition to Ms. Breton, who is our committee clerk, I'd also like to introduce Ms. Rachel Olson, who is our legislative analyst. And I think while we're waiting while we are waiting for Representative Roberts to join in, I would like Ms. Olson, I know you had planned on going through how people find committee materials. Is that something that you can walk the committee through at this point, how it has changed?
I can.
Okay.
As I mentioned, the links, the connecting link for the work today doesn't actually exist yet, but I can show everyone where it is and what they'll be able to do in the future. And as I mentioned briefly to a few people before we started, the materials for today are in 3 locations. They were emailed to you. They're on the committee materials page, and they are also stored in what we're calling the electronic LD file, which you'll be able to find where the LD was advertised for public hearing. And for the 2 that we're working today, that was on February 25th. I'll share my screen. So in an attempt to streamline the process and put all of the materials in one place in a way that is more similar to the LD files that you all had during the paper world, we're trying to compile everything and to remove the numerous emails for testimony that you've been receiving. So you're going to follow the same process that you have been up to this point. So you're going to go to the committee's page by using the drop down to select idea. And so this is going to take you here. And then we've been using this committee materials link. So you're still going to be able to go here, click on committee materials, click on committee materials, committee meeting materials by LD, and then locate the LD that we'll be working on. So today we'll be doing LD 126. So if you click on that, today you're going to find the materials that that I've shared with you for our work today. In the future, you're going to see a link that says electronic LD file, and you're going to be able to click on that. And that's going to take you to this page that I'll show you in just a moment. At this point, that link doesn't work, but you can still access that material by, again, we're on the committee's webpage. And I have located the public hearing date, which is February 25th. And you're going to click on the paper icon, the document icon. Do not click on the words. That's going to take you somewhere else. But if you click on the icon, that's going to take you to the electronic LD files. So whatever was first will automatically be open. So LD 126, an act to allow a journeyman electrician to supervise 3 helper electricians. And you're going to find all of the testimony as well as any materials that I share. And you can sort this in a variety of ways. To access my materials that I've shared, the easiest way is to sort by name. And you'll notice materials coming from my office will say at OPLA. And then I'm doing my best to title them in a way that you'll be able to know what they are. So bill analysis, the research memo. And I will note, I think that there might be a double addition here. State data. You also can see all of the testimony, and you'll be able to see if they submitted it in a written form, if they had spoken, and if they were speaking to give their testimony, what their position was. And those are color coded for ease as well. And then to get to the other ones, you'll just open up using the down arrow to access the files for the other. Bill will be working today. So to just recap, in the future, the link you're going to find under the LD file that you've been going to is going to take you to this page for each of the bills, where all of the testimony and all of the materials will be located.
I want to give folks an opportunity to ask questions before we get into the work session on LD 126. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Olson on that process? So we're in an intermediary stage. We don't have quite the link, but the workaround is to go to the date that the public hearing happened. And you can click on that icon, that document icon, and then pull up the right bill. So that's our intermediary step, but you've also put everything in the committee materials for today for us. So people can go wherever they want to. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Great. And the public can also go to however they want to do that. Representative Searway, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little confused. I'm the old fashioned guy. I'm not up to date on all of this. So I'll have to have this run over again because it just seemed like, and it's small on my little screen here. So I couldn't really figure out how I even got to that. And while we're on Zoom, how do we get to that to look at it? And there's several questions I have with this. It's, a little confusing to me, but it looks like that's what we need to do. And I agree with that. I think it's just getting in the practice of doing it. So.
And it has been changing, fortunately for the better, I think, as we move forward on this. My sense is it's getting closer to what feels like the old paper folder. So today we're gonna and we'll definitely continue the screen share for the analysis so that all those who have one screen can be using it as one screen. So excellent. Any other questions for navigating to the documents that you need today?
I will add, I just emailed out a tutorial step-by-step with screenshots for your continued reference. And I'm happy as we move forward every day to start walking us through that process.
Right. Thank you.
No problem whatsoever. I'm used to it.
So at this point, we're going to open up our work session on LD 126, an act to allow a journeyman electrician to supervise. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we open that up, I didn't see your hand. Representative Collmore.
Thank you very much. I just was curious, Ms. Olson, when is the new system going to start?
So it's what's missing is the link. So moving forward, as we schedule public hearings, when they're scheduled, that link will be automatically generated. So the next time we have a public hearing, which I believe is next Monday, so starting with those LDs, that link will be there for those LDs, and then they're working backwards for the ones we've already heard. So I can't give you an exact time for the ones that we've already heard, but I know that they're working on it.
So it's a process flow. Thank you. Gotcha. Excellent. And I see Representative Roberts. Would you like to introduce yourself? Representative Roberts, did you want to introduce yourself? Or are you still having technical issues? You're muted. We'll get started. So it looks like Representative Roberts is still having technical issues. So
I think I'm back.
okay, great. Welcome. Welcome. And go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Representative Tiffany Roberts, your House Chair representing House District 6, which is the majority of North Berwick and South Berwick. And good morning.
And at this point, we'll open up the work session on LD 126, an act to allow a journeyman electrician to supervise 3 helper electricians. And I will ask Ms. Olson, can you lead us in the bill analysis?
Yes. Okay, I've walked us all the way out too, so I'll just do this one more time. So you're on the committee, you're on the home page here. Click on committees. Drop down to idea. And then use the back arrow here to find earlier dates to go to February. Oops. Or click on the run button. Try that again.
Ms. Olson, I'm going to ask you to stop for just a second. Ms. Breton, can you make sure to promote Representative Roberts and I as co-host? Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, and then once you locate February 25th, just click on the blue document icon, and that will take you to all the documents. So we're beginning today with LD 126, an act to allow a journeyman electrician to supervise 3 helper electricians. This bill changes the number of helper electricians who may be supervised by a journeyman electrician. Under current law, a journeyman electrician may supervise 1 helper electrician or 2 helper electricians if they are enrolled in or have completed a certain educational program. This bill eliminates this distinction and allows a journeyman electrician to supervise 3 helper electricians. I've summarized some of the main points that came out of testimony in favor, against, and neither for nor against. In favor, talked a lot about the need to expand the number of helpers in order to ensure employment opportunities, to help train the next generation of electricians, alleviating shortages both in staffing individuals in the profession as well as work shortages to meet the demands and also keep costs down. Those that spoke in opposition, there was a theme around potentially increasing the hazards associated with electrical installations that would place citizens and workers at unnecessary risks. A lot of individuals spoke about alternatives to addressing the problem of fewer people going into the trades and the trade as electricians especially. Things like wage increases, tuition refunds through income tax refunds, training initiatives, or additional limited licenses. There was a theme about the importance of quality education in the electrician's field. And Commissioner Head spoke neither for nor against, and she mentioned in her testimony that a similar change was proposed during the 129th as LD 1746. The section related to the change for helpers was not enacted. And I have included the link to this bill information below. We had some information requests during the public hearing, and I've pulled, myself and researchers in my office have pulled some information. We have a document here that outlines electrician supervising requirements by state. This came from Laura Shields, the Energy Policy Associate at NCSL. Chip Eastman, who submitted testimony, also sent in a link to the National Center for Construction Education and Research. It's an interactive map of state licensing requirements. We had a question about how many apprenticeship programs exist in the state. So I have a link here to the Maine Department of Labor's apprenticeship program information. You can find this if you go to construction and extraction. And you'll notice electrician, so you can kind of see the number of apprenticeship programs that exist in the state. And it's on pages 3 through 5. Definitions for apprentice electrician, helper electrician, and a helper with training are provided here, coming from statute. So an apprentice electrician means an apprentice who is engaged in a written agreement to work at and learn the trade of an electrician under the direct supervision of a licensed master, journeyman, or limited electrician in an apprenticeship program registered pursuant to 29 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 29.3, 2016, with the United States Department of Labor Office of Apprenticeship or a state apprenticeship agency recognized by the Office of Apprenticeship. And so those are the ones that I have included here on this link. A helper electrician means a person licensed to make electrical installations in the employment of a licensed master electrician, limited electrician, or electrical company, and under the direct supervision of a licensed master, journeyman, or limited electrician, but who does not qualify under subsection 1, which is apprentice. In order to obtain a helper electrician license, you do have to fill out an application, and you pay, I believe it's a $25 fee. And then you also have to submit to a criminal background check, which is $21. And then you'll be issued a license. It's good for 2 years as a helper electrician. To be an apprentice, you have to be enrolled in one of these designated programs and have to submit that written agreement. And then there's also this further definition of helper electrician as one who is enrolled in or has completed a program of study consisting of 576 hours of education as approved by the board or from an accredited institution. So there's a distinction between helpers without this education and those that are either in it or have completed this type of education.
Ms. Olson, I think you just said there is sorry to interrupt here. So that is the issuance of license. That's the.
Yeah, there's no definition of helper electrician with education in the definition section. They just pull out those that have this education in that issuance of licenses. And this is a section that's being amended in the proposed bill.
Okay, so, and that speaks to the helper electrician who have that education, either background or are engaged in it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any questions?
Mr.
Before
Chair, I do have a quick question too.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Representative Callamore.
While we're on this section, on the license, does it tell them on the license if it's just a regular helper or a helper with the experience? Does the license actually indicate that, or the license just says helper license?
I don't know the answer to that definitively. It doesn't appear that there's a distinction from what I'm able to access on the licensing portal on the website. There is a distinction for apprentice, a separate option to check, and therefore a separate license. I did not see a distinction, but it's possible that when it's issued or later on after submitting your personal information, there might be a distinction. Perhaps, I know we have people on the call from the department today on the Zoom meeting who will be able to better answer that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Please go ahead, Ms. Olson.
And then there was also a question around sort of what are the classifications of electrician? And these are the ones that exist in current statute, and they're ordered by sort of the amount of education and work experience required. So you have a helper enrolled in or having completed a program of study consisting of 576 hours of education, an apprentice, journeyman in training, journeyman, master, and then there are also limited electricians. Limited electricians are licensed in a narrow or very specific scope of work, and those include a water pump electrician, outdoor signs, gasoline dispensing, traffic signals, house wiring, refrigeration, low energy electronics like fire alarms, and crane wiring. And if you're licensed as a limited electrician, you can only work on the scope of work for which you are licensed. So you can only do outdoor signs if you're licensed for outdoor signs. Oh, I jumped myself out. So here's the, if you, Representative Collett-Moore, this link may also help answer your question. This is the link to the website for licensing and access to the portal to talk about what you, for all of the different type of licenses. It gives you a brief description of the information that you need to submit, as well as the fees and the length of time the license is valid. And then we also have data related to injuries and fatalities associated with electrical work. This memo, oh, that was fast. This memo comes from the researchers in my office. I've asked them to kind of pull this data based off of questions around occupational injuries and fatalities, as well as house fires related to electrical work. So we have the following table. This comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Occupational Injuries / Illnesses and Fatalities Injury Profile. And this is regarding electricity-related occupational injuries and fatalities in Maine, going back to 2011 through 2019. There's no data for 2020 at this time. So as shown in the tables, Maine's only incidences of non-fatal occupational injuries from exposure to electricity, occurred in 2011 with 20 incidents reported. However, when the data were filtered to reflect non-fatal occupational injuries among electricians, injuries were reported in every year with a high of 90 injuries reported in 2019. However, it's important to note that most of the occupational injuries reported for electricians may not be injuries related to electricity, as the only injuries in Maine related to exposure to electricity occurred in 2011 and were not reported in any other year. Unfortunately, we weren't able to pull out any more specific data than at this level. In regard to fatal injuries related to exposure to electricity, 1 fatality was reported in 2011 and 2 fatalities were reported in 2012. However, there were no occupational fatalities reported for electricians in 2011 and 2012, nor for any other year. Therefore, it is possible that these fatalities were related to another occupation and not electricians. And then section 2 is related to fires, where the heat source was electrical arcing. So this was the best data set to get at whether electrical sources caused fires. Most fires that might start are from electrical arcing. And I believe we had individuals who gave some testimony around that. This comes from the Maine Office of State Fire Marshals, their annual reports going back to 2008. So as shown from 2008 to 2013, electrical arcing was determined to be the heat source for 5 to 6% of the fires in Maine. Percentages for 2014 through 2018 were not available, and we're not sure why. So again, we hope you find that information useful. And it's here, it's also submitted as a separate document in the electronic LD file. So just at the bottom of that page. Okay, a couple of additional pieces of information. So as I mentioned, LD 1746 from the 129th proposed to allow a master, a journeyman, or a limited electrician to supervise up to 2 helper electricians not enrolled in a Department of Labor apprenticeship program or an electrical education program, That proposed change was not enacted as a part of that legislation, though. Public Law 2019, Chapter 261, which is from LD 1240 from the 129th, was also mentioned during testimony. And this credits graduates of a secondary school career and of a secondary school career and technical education electrical program, 1,000 hours of work experience, and makes them eligible to sit for the journeyman examination. And it appears you can sit for the examination before you've completed all of the necessary work hours, but you can't get your license until you have done both. I know that's a lot of information. I will go back and answer any questions you may have. I did identify one potential issue as it's written, and I'd also like to remind the committee that Senator Pouliot submitted an amendment with his testimony during the public hearing. And I've linked his testimony with the amendment here, and it should be with the other testimony as well. The potential issue is that as it stands, an apprentice electrician has more formal training and education related to electrical work than a licensed helper electrician. So there is an inconsistency in allowing supervision of 3 helper electricians, but only 2 apprentice electricians. And as the bill is currently written, no fiscal note is required, and I've provided the fiscal note detail here. Additional costs to the board to implement the requirements of this legislation can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. Additional dedicated revenue from licensing fees due to an increase in the number of licenses issued for helper electricians as a result of the changes proposed in this legislation is expected to be minor. All right, I'm going to stop screen sharing so that everyone can see each other a little bit more easily. But again, I'm happy to share again or to try to get materials out in a way that everyone has access to them.
Great, thank you. Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Olson. I have a question about the 2 helpers, and I went to the Maine.gov professional and financial regulation page, and it seems that there is a helper electrician, senior helper electrician. And I think that the word senior is really helpful, and I think that pulls out the electrician who has those hours of experience. That clearly makes that person different than a just starting out basic level helper. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think we want to ask the experts. My interpretation of that, given the information under master electrician and then limited electrician using the term senior, my assumption was that senior meant an individual over 70 years of age.
Oh, that sounds like an important question to ask.
Yes.
Let's. I do want to give Senator Pouliot a moment here, but I want to continue to ask questions for the analysts. So if you have questions for the analysts, let's hang on to that one. Then we'll go to Senator Pouliot, and then that question we need to get back to with probably Commissioner Head. Senator Searway, did you want to ask now, or based on that?
Well, I was going to ask the same thing, see if Senator Pouliot could give us a little more enlightenment on, and also, I was considering the 2, and I wanted to see what his thoughts were on that. Okay,
so why don't we bring in Senator Pouliot? We certainly can continue to ask questions to our analysts throughout the time, but I'd like to give the sponsor a minute to make their case, and also if we have questions for the sponsor. So welcome, Senator Pouliot, and did you want to say, what would you like to say? The floor is yours.
Well, first of all, good morning, and thank you, Senator Curry and Representative Roberts and members of the committee for having me here today. I did forward to Ms. Breton an additional amendment that I would like to have considered that I feel helps try to find some middle ground here and also bring us a bit more into the 21st century as it relates to educational offerings for students and what people have access to in Maine. And so I don't know if you've seen that amendment yet or not. She should have it to share with you and perhaps could be brought up on the screen. But while that's being looked for in the interest of time, essentially the definition of apprentice language would be slightly modified to allow for a student who is enrolled in a journeyman program that's offered by a board certified approved electrical education provider. So essentially helping out with students who are interested in furthering their education, but maybe aren't in a position to go to a bricks and mortar facility based on where they are in the state or financial constraints, but could continue their education in that kind of an online learning environment, as long as it was board certified. So we're not talking about fly-by-night programs here, but anything that would be, a certified program by an educational provider. So that was one thought that I had. I'm also completely wide open to doing 2 instead of 3. That I think would be a win and in line with what Senator Herbig had brought forward in the last legislative session with LD 1746 and what the department had supported then. And I know they took in another for nor against position this time, but that was a recommendation they had previously made to go to 2 helpers. So I'd be fine with that. I think that's reasonable compromise. And as I've said before on the floor of the House, compromise is not a dirty word. So I'm happy to do that. I think that would pretty much wrap it up. I suppose one other change you could make that would also help would be in section 2 of subsection 1202-A, where it gives the breakdown of who a journeyman can supervise. That's the one that says number 1, 2 helper electricians who are enrolled in a program. Number 2, 2 apprentice electricians. And then it says semicolon, I think that's a semicolon. Hopefully I'm making my English teacher proud. The word or. I think if that word or were changed to an and, that would allow for a situation, let's say if an electrician journeyman on a job site has 2 apprentices working and one gets promoted or goes to a different job and he's left with just 1 apprentice working, you could then add another helper. But right now, in my interpretation of the law, and I could be wrong, the or supersedes the ability to have both working in tandem. So hopefully those are some helpful ideas to help us get to some common ground on this. I think it's a good way to support folks getting into the trade. And I want to be crystal clear. I'm just as concerned about the safety issues as others. There are states with a lot lower requirements than Maine that haven't had, serious safety issues, but I think that it's also important that we're considering that. And I think if we were to apply this to just residential and commercial and not industrial, which seems to be much more dangerous and higher voltage and so forth, that we could also help with the safety aspect that way too. So a few ideas. I'm happy to answer any questions.
So you, Ms. Olson, Senator Pouliot asked reference to the bill, and so did your analysis or the amendment. Could you throw that up?
Yes, I also have the second version. He submitted one during testimony, and then I believe he's referring to a second version. I can also send that out by email. I didn't see one from the clerk, but I have it as well. Would you like me to do that?
Yes, I mean, yes, let's do that. I recognize that Senator Searway is or not all of us. Not all of us are seeing it on multiple screens here, so that would be helpful.
I will also share it on the screen.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is the proposed amendment he was referring to in section 1 under the definition of apprentice, including someone who is enrolled in a journeyman program offered by a board-approved electrical education provider. So in addition to the previous 2 identified apprenticeship programs, this would add the ability to be apprentice if you're in a journeyman program. that's approved by the board. And then he was referring in section 2 to this or right here. Yes, as it reads, you can have this number 1, 2 helpers in this education program, or 2 apprentice electricians, or 1 helper electrician. It's if we change it to and, you could have all 3, which I'm not sure would be is exactly what Senator Pouliot meant. But there is, yes, this could be redrafted to allow some more combination of those elements if there is a desire.
Thank you. Thank you. And
then
so
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Just the rest of this is the amendment he had previously submitted that updates the change of the number of helper electricians to not just be for journeyman, but to also apply for master and limited electricians as well.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes.
And if you could stop sharing that, and Representative Cullimore.
Thank you very much. So in looking over this, I was actually thinking about that or and the and, but also my really big concern about safety, especially in industrial electricity. So I'm glad that you brought up that distinction. I was actually thinking of a potential amendment to this bill that would, on number 1, at the end after the accredited institution language, it would say, and 1 non-enrolled helper with a semicolon. Then it would indicate an or still for 2 apprentice electricians, and then the semicolon or 1 helper at the industrial level, or 2 helpers for solar, residential, commercial electricians, so that it would help with adding the numbers where we need them, but keep the safety thing so very important in the front of our heads. And I wondered what you might think of that, Senator Pouliot.
Yeah, I think that's great. A great approach to take. I too am concerned about the safety implications, particularly in the industrial applications. And it seems to me most of the opposition has been related to safety, which is extremely important, though in a more industrial capacity than in the residential or commercial. So I think that would help advance us in terms of the goal here with workforce development and also helping people get into the trade, whilst also being mindful of the safety aspect here.
So, Ms. Olson, I'm not exactly sure how we go about doing an amendment process. Do I have to make a motion? Does the committee discuss it first? I don't know the steps.
So Representative Cullimore, what I would recommend is if we could stay on questions for a little bit, and then we can move into to see if there are any more questions and any more things, and then when moving for a motion, it may be that we want to do a caucus to see if there is any opportunity for finding something that we have any opportunity for finding a majority first. But it might be that we, then we'll go through a motion process. If it's possible, I'd like to stay on questions for a little bit. If anyone has any questions before we get into motions, but that the motion process is that you would just, we'd make a motion and have it seconded. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And at times, if there is a divided report, we may go down one path for, one path, and then on the division, I think as we've seen in some other bills, then if it ends up being a divided report, everyone will have exactly what they want to pass at the end of it. But I think our first step is to figure out where there might be a majority. So, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that safety is the primary objective here, but also I can see where the or is kind of a iffy thing, and I kind of like the idea of putting and so if you had 2 apprentice electricians on the paragraph just above the summary, it says, 2 apprentice electricians, and it says, or 3 helpers, which I would not agree with. I think that if it said, and even 1 helper, or even 2, it depends on, and I do think that we probably should go into a caucus like you mentioned just after this, but I'm just trying to figure out on this, if we put and, does this mean if you put 2, you're going to have 4 apprentice, you're going to have 2 apprentice electricians plus the 2 helpers? That's what I'm understanding?
Yes, if you use the word and in the, so we're looking at the original bill.
Yeah.
Yes, if you use the word and, it could mean that you could have up, as it's currently written, up to 5. So 2 apprentice electricians and 3 helpers.
Yeah.
So you could have up to 5 if you use the word and.
So I think that, if we put and in there and then put 2 or something like that, that one, each probably could work with each apprentice or something like that, as a helper. So anyway, that's just a thought, but I don't know what's your could I ask Matt what his thought is on that piece?
Certainly, Senator Paglia.
Sure, yeah, and I want to be clear here. I don't want like 6 people running around on the job site. So when I say and, I'm trying to get at the situation where, we're talking like real world implications of how a sentence is written. It's kind of crazy how our jobs really do impact people's lives. I mean, you look at that and you're like, you're on a job site, you're a journeyman, one of your apprentices leaves, and you call up the master and you're like, hey, we need another guy. And he's like, well, the way the statute's written, we can only have 1 apprentice with another apprentice, but we can't have an apprentice with a helper. So we're out of luck until we find another apprentice. So A, can we get more people into apprentice programs by putting them into an online program where they could further their education? That would help. And B, could we then also allow an avenue for that apprentice to be joined by a helper who then might see his buddy apprentice like kicking butt and taking names and saying, hey, maybe I should further my education too and get into one of those apprenticeship programs. So that's kind of just the taking it from statute to real world application is what I had in my mind about what I'm trying to get at here.
Representative Roberts. Sorry, Senator Curry or Senator Searway.
Yeah. Anyway, so would the 2, do you think if we put 2 apprentice electricians and 2 helpers electricians, do you think that would be sufficient?
I think if you're going to change or to and, you would have to leave it one helper electrician, because otherwise you could then end up with 4 people,
right?
2 helpers and 2 apprentices, which I think would probably be that's too much. I mean,
so we all agree on the and pretty much, I think. So anyway, that's a good, I think I could go along with changing that or to and. I think that's what it sounds like. So, okay, thank you.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Paglia. I'm going to rapid fire a little bit because you threw a lot out there, if that's okay. So safety. I don't know if you were listening into the analyst. And so from what I'm looking at, from a number of 30 non-fatal occupational injuries amongst electricians, 2017 and 18, we jumped to 90 in 2019. And I'm wondering how you're kind of reasoning away that like safety is not going to be an issue with the injuries. And then do you want to answer that, or do you want me to just fire them all at you?
I think really and also your analyst, Ms. Olson, had noted that there's no way for them to distinguish between what was caused by electrical and not, or when they do look at that, the only incidents were back in 2011. I think we've had a lot more electrical jobs going on, you know, with the expansion of solar in the state, which, you know, I was pleased to co-sponsor that bill to end net metering so that we could have more solar installations. That means there's more electricians out in the field performing these jobs. And I think that, you know, there's probably a number of cases where somebody maybe twists, you know, breaks an ankle or twists a shoulder or something, and it's an occupational injury, but because they're an electrician, it gets categorized that way. So I would be curious to see how many were directly related to like electrical shock or something related directly to electricity exposure. From my quick read there, looks like it was those 2011 cases were the last ones, but.
Right. Well, it could just be someone not being supervised, I guess. But so my other broader question is, it sounds like you've got a few ideas on amendments here. One around education or training and online, a few different amendments to the language on the bill. And I'm just wondering if you've touched base with the department at all, especially in regards to the online training, or worked with IBEW since they're the ones that have the major concern regarding safety and inexpensive labor and anything like that. Have you touched base with them between the public hearing and now and coming up with these amendments?
No, the final amendment was just finished up a day or two ago, and I sent it out to your committee, but I haven't talked with those folks. You'd be happy to do that if the pleasure of the committee was to table the bill for further working on it, and see where there could be some common ground. You know, I think that, you know, I think what we're really running against in the state is a capacity issue with programs, and it's going to take longer to ramp up programs with additional investments, which I think we should be making, than it would to allow for students to be able to access educational programs that may already exist, which are board certified. They could probably hop on some of those as early as next week if they wanted to. And it wouldn't cost us any money as a state. So I'm trying to find a happy medium here between what we can do that isn't going to have a fiscal note, but is also going to get at our workforce development challenges. I feel like this is a happy medium.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Senator Curry. One of the things in talking with several local electricians that I found about this is they would be in favor of more helpers available to them, in large part because there's just a fairly significant waiting list to get into educational programs. I talked with an electrician yesterday who has an 18-year-old son who's working for him as a helper, and he's number 7 on the list to get into KVCC. If 7 people drop out, he can leave high school and go into the electrical program at KVCC. If 7 people don't drop out, it'll be next fall or God forbid next spring before he can get into that program. So I think it's a capacity, like Senator Pouliot said, it's a capacity issue with respect to these training things. And both of the electricians that I talked with, both masters that were both master electricians that I talked with, indicated that by and large, when they brought these helpers on, they viewed them as, you know, real training opportunities for people that really wanted to get into the business. And both of them indicated that as these helpers are coming in, they could tell within a few days if this was going to be a person that was going to go on and get the training at school and so forth, or was not ever going to move forward. So I think it's a capacity issue in the training system, as Senator Pouliot just said.
Thank you. Ms. Olson, I seem to remember that question coming up during the public hearing. Did we learn anything about the wait times, or in your research, did you discover anything regarding wait times or ability to get into the electrical education programs?
I did not discover anything on wait times or the ability to get into them. I did connect you information around apprenticeship programs that are available in the state. I don't have data on how many of them, how many spots they have, if they have waiting lists, or if even, they might be on this list of an approved apprenticeship program, but not be taking anyone. I think that's a possibility as well. No, I don't have that data to give you. I do, Senator Pouliot, he is referring to two schools, organizations that offer classes here in the state. One is Novel Engineering, and the other, his name is escaping me at the moment. They do offer these journeyman training programs, but they are not accepted under that apprenticeship language and statute. So they wouldn't be, anyone that's in those programs could not be considered an apprentice. It was my understanding of that. And I believe that that is what Senator Pouliot is trying to get at with his language in his amendment that he shared with you this morning.
So the two programs that you referenced, the one Babel and the other one that you can't recall the name of, those are online programs that are not included in the pathway. So if someone's enrolled in that, they're still counted as a helper, not as a helper as we define with education that allows up to 2, correct?
That is my understanding. I think both Senator Pouliot and I believe Catherine Carroll from the licensing division is on the call and could probably speak more clearly to the number of apprenticeship programs, how one might become an apprenticeship program, and possibly to the amendment.
So let's go ahead and bring in Ms. Carroll, and with that, I don't know if she could speak to the education programs also, because the apprenticeship programs are different, as I recall, although she might be able to speak to what education they need during it. So welcome, Ms. Carroll. Thank you for joining us today.
Senator Curry, Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Other distinguished members of the committee, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Catherine Carroll, and I serve as the administrator for the electrician's exam report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have regarding licensing. I would like to just answer Representative Colomer's question earlier that there is a prefix designation for helpers that are enrolled in a community college program. It's an HP, short for helper, HPE designation, HPE for education. So those that are enrolled in a community college program, for instance, gets the HPE designation. And helpers that are not enrolled in the education program get the HP designation. And I want to add that the HPE designation is a free license. And if individuals can demonstrate that they are in an electrical program at the community college, they receive a 2-year license, and it's at no cost.
Your volume is right on the edge there, so I don't know if your microphone is far away from you, if it's possible to get closer to that or adjust it in some way. I think we're getting most of that, what you just said there, but you're starting to cut out.
My apologies. Any
You're-
better?
A little, a little, but I think we can hear you. So, so what I'm hearing is there is a specific license indication, and what they get, it's free, and they get an HPE, and that's if they're in the education, and that's if they're in the community college system.
That is correct.
Okay. And what is the if they're in the apprenticeship program, what do they have on there? That's just a separate they're just an apprentice? What does it say on their license?
We give them an AP designation, short for apprentice. And there is a $25 fee, license fee for the apprentice license. The reasoning behind that is that they are working and earning a wage while they're learning to be apprentice electricians, whereas an individual enrolled in a community college may not be working and earning a wage. That's why we offer the license at no cost to the student.
I see. And the HPE, did they get that on day one? They've started class, or did they have to have completed a number of hours?
They get it on day one when they start the class. They have to approach us and ask to apply for that license. But yes, and we turn those around very quickly.
Okay. And I guess my last question is, we're trying to get at the question of, is there a workflow? What's the hindrance to getting into programs? How is there a wait list on these programs? This might not be a question for you, but if you have knowledge on it, I was hoping for you to be able to address that, or someone to be able to address that.
Senator Curry, I cannot answer that question, seeing that I don't represent the educational system. However, I can throw out one statistic for you, if you like, and that is that on a 5-year average, we have 494.6 HPE licensees. So to translate that into another way of saying that, we have currently almost 500 active HPE licensees right now. And we have, on average, over 2,600 licensed helpers who may not be in an education program. That's an average. And lastly, on average, there's 129 licensed apprentices right now, currently.
Great. Thank you.
From my view, we have quite a large number of enrolled students in these programs. Senator Curry, if I may.
Please.
I know that that Representative Pebworth had a question about the senior license, and I would just like to answer that. We do offer a senior discount for electricians that are 70 years of age and older. And it's a $20 license fee, and it applies to helpers, journeymen, masters, and limited electricians.
I did not think it was an age one. I thought it was a level of experience. So thank you for that. It is age based. So excellent. Questions for Ms. Carroll? Representative Collmore, did you have a question for Ms. Carroll, or was that for someone? Go ahead.
It is a question for actually both her and Senator Pouliot. Maybe both of them can answer this, either of them. So with the HPE, which thank you for clarifying that, because I was curious how that was designated if somebody came onto a work site to check those licenses. But also with the HPE, what I'm concerned about is I'm hearing that it's only if they're enrolled in a community college. But what about other training programs? Because it doesn't specify in the statute that it has to be a community college. What about students who are in CTEs or have just come out of CTEs? If they'd taken training through institutes, I think we saw a number somewhere that there are 47 places that provide education opportunities. I know in my hometown, Chimbro has their own training program. And so I would think that that would be considered being enrolled in an approved program. So I am concerned about that, but also the update of the definition of apprentice. When we're looking at expanding that, how can we include those CTE programs in those as well? Because they're receiving quite a lot of education, and if they can come out of that as the ability to sit for a journeyman test, why couldn't they also be considered an apprentice? So those were my questions. It doesn't matter to me which one answers.
Ms. Carroll, would you want to address the technical aspect of that first?
The only way I can answer it, Representative, is that the board has designated an HPE license for those enrolled in the community college electrical programs.
So for those, and I'm going to move this question over to Ms. Olson, and we'll come right back to Senator Pouliot, to the other side. For those who came out of CTE, do they have some standard where they've had so many hours where they are in HPE, or is that just they're going right into testing for a journeyman?
I think Ms. Carroll has answered that, but
Okay.
my understanding from legislation from, I think, last session, if you're coming out of a secondary school, a career and technical education school program, they're crediting you 1,000, I think it's 1,000 hours. And my understanding is you can sit for the exam, but that you're not licensed until you've completed the required hours, which I don't remember off the top of my head are 8,000? 8,000 or 8,000.
Yep, Ms. Carroll?
Well, the technical education program, which is for high school age students, that's a relatively new provision in the law that credits an individual 1,000 hours toward their total 8,000 hours by virtue of completing that CTE program. It also automatically qualifies them to sit for that journeyman exam while the education is fresh in their minds. We haven't been approached, as far as I know, by any student enrolled in a CTE program to get an HPE license designation. I don't know why the board wouldn't allow that. I think most of these high school individuals are not working as electricians and earning wages, whereas an individual enrolled in the community college system more likely is working on the side as they study and need that license in order to do electrical installations.
Thank you. And I want to
Mr. Chair,
recognize.
would it be all right if I clarified?
Sure, please
a
do,
little bit
because I also
follow-up?
wanted to take your question to Senator Pouliot, and I'd forgotten the original question. So please go ahead.
Thank you. So just to clarify, right now the board does not allow somebody who's received 1,000 accredited hours toward the journeyman to have the HPE designation, but you're saying that it could happen. I wonder if the number that you're seeing from coming out of CTEs not practicing is because they don't know that that might be an option given the new statute to be able to do that. And how I feel like that's a really great way to increase the number of helper electricians with that education E on their designation, and will help the field, considering that they've had a lot of experience, 1,000 hours of it in their practicing. Representative Ducharme used the example of an 18-year-old coming out of high school. If he had been in one of those CTE programs, would he have been able to get that helper with the E designation license, and would that help them be able to increase their numbers on site? So is that something that the board is looking at doing to change that language in response to the 129th?
Is your question to Ms. Carroll?
Yeah, to finish clarifying what Ms. Carroll was saying about the CTEs.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Well, the focus of the board right now is to grant the HP licenses to those that are enrolled in a community college program.
So then would we have to then say that it would have to include those CTEs in statute? Is that why it hasn't happened?
I don't believe so, Representative. I think that can be promulgated by police.
Okay. And then to re-clarify my question for Senator Pouliot was under his amended definition of apprentice, I wondered if CTEs were included in that as well.
The only change that was being proposed was to allow for education that was board certified. And so if the educational institution were a CTE and it was board certified education, then yes, but Ms. Carroll may be better able to answer whether or not CTEs are considered to be board certified. What the genesis of that amendment really was reaching out to the revisor's office and doing some work and determining that we're a number of accredited online programs that students may have access to in Maine, but would not qualify them for what we've been discussing.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like we're getting really muddied up here. Just to kind of clarify, when we're talking about CTEs, I really think that we need to put into perspective the fact that we're not funding them adequately. But to Ms. Carroll specifically, there's talk about amending apprenticeships. Am I correct in my understanding that that falls under the purview of DOL and not the electrical board? So that we're dealing with a whole different entity there?
Representative Roberts, I'm not certain I understand your question. Can you try to?
Yeah, so the information that I have here is that approved apprenticeships is decided by the apprenticeship committee, and this is managed by Maine DOL.
That is correct, not by the electricians board.
So wouldn't be by the board there. So we'd be dealing with another department.
Right, but the board would license these apprentices.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the committee was aware that issuing the helper licenses and then the apprenticeship approval is not the same. It's not all through the electrical board. Correct.
Thank you. Excellent. Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Chair Curry. So, Ms. Carroll, if you can help me to kind of understand the educational process of this. So let's say my father-in-law is an electrician and I wanted to take over his business. I could start by, is there any way that I could work with him and then get qualified to be an electrician, or do I have to like enroll in a separate program, or what are the different options for me as somebody new to this field that I could do?
So Representative, every electrician who wants to become a journeyman must have a certain number of experience and education. So there's be a journeyman, you have to have a formal education and you have to have a certain number of workouts.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Carroll, I'm not able to hear you.
Yeah. We're struggling on that one.
I guess
is there another microphone you can choose?
How about if you can come back, maybe that'll help.
Or the other alternative is under mic, is there an option to do, is there a switch? Let's see.
I don't have headphones.
Yeah, webcam. I'm not seeing another
Mr. Chair,
option.
Mr. Chair, I think another issue is Representative Andrews' microphone is on, so we're hearing him in addition.
We'll all make sure to mute. Let's try again. If you could, and honestly, it might, unfortunately, it might be just trying to be louder. It is feeling like the microphone is very much in the distance. Why don't you try to be louder? We'll see how that goes.
Well, yeah. Is that any better? No.
Yeah, a little bit. And I can try to steer you. Sorry, my question was pretty vague. So currently, 2 helper electricians who are enrolled or who have completed a program of study consisting of 576 hours of education. Is that all, any program that's out there that somebody who wants to, pursue a career in the electrical field does, or are there other options besides enrolling in one of those such programs?
Let me see if I can try to explain this. If you're a master electrician, and you want to hire two people, can you hear me? Any better? No, you can't hear me?
Not really. I'm going to ask Ms. Breton, can you put in the chat the phone number for this call, and maybe you can just call in and we can do it that way. Ms. Breton, are you there?
I am. I'm looking it up.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Howe from IBEW is going to be logging in as well. He's the training director.
There's, just so that you are aware, there is also an option on your, if you hit your audio area where your microphone is, if you click the little caret, you can actually hit, instead of computer audio, phone call connected, and dial in that way, so it's still attached to your picture. But it's through your phone for the audio microphone and everything.
Did you hear that,
That's
Ms.
how
Carroll?
I connect.
Did you hear that? If you hit the chevron on the mute and go switch to phone audio,
I see that.
can you try that? Do you have a phone handy?
I do.
Okay, try to switch to phone audio and we'll see whether that helps.
I'm not sure who I dialed.
Were there any instructions
there-
that followed?
So when you click on that caret button, it brings up a new pop-up box, and it'll hit phone call connected. You can dial any one of those numbers. Okay. And then it'll prompt you for the meeting ID and prompt you for the participant ID.
Got it.
Hello, Representative Colomer. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
That sounds much better. Thank you.
I apologize. After this, I'm going to get a hold of the OIT person to see if they can help me get my microphone in better shape. I apologize for that. So, Representative Hassenfuss, I'm trying to answer your question. The way that the statute is set up right now is that if you are enrolled in a community college, the community college educational program offers a 576-hour educational program designed to become a journeyman electrician. There are other programs out there that are not affiliated with the community college system that have been approved by the board to offer qualifying education toward getting your 576 hours of education to become a journeyman electrician. But the genesis of the two helpers is really linked with the community college electrical program. And it also is extended to the Department of Corrections program, as well as the U.S. and Maine Department of Labor program.
Are there any other programs that somebody could be enrolled in that don't qualify under the current statute?
The Electricians Board has approved many programs, and they're listed on our website, where educators can offer 45-hour courses in electrical subjects. in order for an individual to earn its 576 hours of education. So let's, for example, you want to work for your father-in-law. So you get a helper license today from me. And then you decide that you're going to work on earning your 576 hours at night while you work during the day for your father-in-law as a helper. You can find on the website the providers that offer 45-hour courses that the board has approved. So you don't have to go through the community college program. You don't have to go through the main apprenticeship program or go to the Department of Corrections and get your education. You can go on to the board's website and see the number of providers that do offer 45-hour programs in subjects such as Electricity 1, Electricity 2, blueprint reading, controls, transformers, and on and on and on.
Okay. And is the board continuing?
Right now, that I beg your pardon. Go ahead. Sorry.
As you say, and is the board continuously looking at new programs and adding to that list?
Absolutely. We get individuals who put in an application to the board who want to provide a 45-hour course in qualifying education. Absolutely.
And when you have that E designation, is that somebody who's enrolled in one of these courses?
No, only with the community college system.
Okay.
And as I think Representative Collmore suggested, that perhaps that should be included with the secondary students that are enrolled in the Department of Education technical education programs, which I think there are about 13 or so institutions that offer the electrical program.
I think I don't know if your phone, your volume cut down a little bit. So it might be where your phone is sitting on your. So Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if Representative Bailey had a question for Ms. Carroll, but I was looking to hear from Mr. Howe, who's in the attendee room.
Okay.
So I would refer over to Representative Bailey first to see if.
Representative Bailey, did you have a question for Ms. Carroll?
I did, just as a quick follow-up, and I apologize, I haven't seen that list, obviously, of institutions that have been pre-approved for courses. But if I'm, say, an 18-year-old kid and living home with my parents and deciding what to do, and I think I'll be an electrician and take some courses, if I were to enroll in an institution, perhaps online, and start down that path of taking some courses, it might be that I go then online to your website and find that the institution wasn't pre-approved, right? So I've started down a path that I'm not going to get credit for those hours potentially for a degree. I just try to understand where some people might be coming from. Because it sounds like there's a pre-approval of the institution and programs requirement rather than sort of a catch-all. I just wanted to understand that, make sure I'm clear.
Right, they're pre-approved by the board. The board has a provision in its statute that will look at comparable education. That so, for instance, if you are an individual who has a license in the state of Wyoming, and you've been practicing and you've been educated in the state of Wyoming for years, and you would like to get a license in Maine, the board has a provision in its statute that can review comparable education and work experience in order to qualify for a license.
Thank you. And last question before I was trying to understand the pathway for our CTE students. So students that do graduate from an electrical program in CTE, they get that 1,000 hours. They can test because they've just had the information. They're allowed to test. At that point, typically, do they go into an apprenticeship program? Is that usually the pathway that their teachers are recommending that they do? If they want to become an electrician after the CTE program, then they're into an apprenticeship program. Is that the pathway to an electrician to get the hours that they need? You cut out. Oh, shoot. Can you try that again?
I cannot speak to that.
Okay. All right. So wrong. And it might be that the next person can address that. I thank you very much, Ms. Carroll. So, and I will go, Representative Roberts, you wanted to bring in Mr. Howe, and Ms. Breton, if you can shift Mr. Howe up to a panelist and shift Ms. Carroll back to an attendee. I'd appreciate that. Welcome, Mr. Howe.
Good morning, everyone, representatives
morning.
and senators.
Yes, and Representative Roberts had a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Howe. Wondering if you can kind of touch on a couple points here. So from what we heard, there seem to be quite a few helpers with licenses that aren't on the educational path already per se. And there's some concern about people interested in the field being able to access pathways into it. I believe that this is your wheelhouse, so I'm wondering if you can speak to this a little bit more.
I can. So I can't speak for the community colleges necessarily. I know that both Eastern Maine and KVCC do take in quite a few students every year. Both of our IBEW programs in Maine, and also for Southern Maine, New Hampshire's IBEW program covers some of that area. We take in at least 20 a year, and right now we're accepting applications. So we're just trying to get the pathway out there, because usually we do have space for more applicants every year. So right now I can say that the pathways are there. Again, I can't speak for the community colleges, but on top of that, if there are employers that are worried about this, they can apply to become apprenticeship programs. So there are other pathways around that as well, if they want to expand and actually help provide that education to their helper and become an apprenticeship program, or a sponsor anyway. They can utilize either, there's plenty of programs out there for education that the board can look at and approve, whether it's they send them to the community college or they use an online program that they get approved by the Maine Apprenticeship Council. So there are options out there if somebody's really looking to get into the educational programs.
Okay, so you're not seeing a demand of people looking for pathways but not being able to find them?
It's not something that I've personally run into, but pretty much every year we'll interview between 20 and 30, and I know for the past 2 years we've taken in pretty much everyone that's interviewed and been qualified to come into the program.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Howe.
Absolutely.
Representative Hassenfuss.
Mr. Howe, what's the difference between an apprentice and a helper who's enrolled in, a study of 576 hours? Is it?
So the apprenticeship programs have sponsors, whether that's the employer or like us, we're the actual sponsor as the training program itself. But for most other programs that aren't the IBEW, what'll happen is an employer will sign up as a sponsor, and to do that, they have to register with the Maine DOL. They'll become a registered apprenticeship program. They have to track work hours, what those hours consisted of. Their students must be enrolled in an educational program of some type. So there's a lot more tracking involved to make sure that those apprentices are getting the on-the-job training, as well as tracking their pay, tracking all of that as well.
Just a follow-up question. Can they be using one of those other programs, the online programs that were referenced earlier?
Yes, there are electrical apprenticeships in Maine right now that are using, I think Ideal Electric's a good example. I believe they use Mike Holt. So they do it in-house basically, and they just keep track of it all. And we use a site called Rapids that's through the DOL that tracks everything.
Okay. And Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Mr. Howe, is there is there some kind of obligation to IBEW if these folks go through your training program after the training is done? Are they obligated to work for IBEW for a period of time, or can they go through the training and immediately leave IBEW and go to work for Jim's Electrical, say?
So while they're in our apprenticeship program, part of them being in the apprenticeship program itself is to work for our signatory contractors. We have nothing in writing that states that they have to stay members after they complete the program. We have nothing that says they have to work for our contractors after they complete the program or anything like that. Just their on-the-job learning is with our signatory contractors during the program, but past that, we don't have anything in writing that holds them to anything else.
So as a quick follow-up to that, excuse me, you're saying that your program, you have capacity for every person in the state that so far that you haven't, that has applied to you, has gotten into your program?
For the past couple of years, I think there might have been maybe one or two that didn't make it through the interview process. But past that, last year we took in 31, and we had 31 that. So for the most part, unless there's a reason, we've been needing them and being able to offer them the education and the work.
Okay.
We obviously, as an apprenticeship program, you have to cater to being able to have the work for them to get there on the job hours, but
right.
We know it's very busy right now, so it's worked out.
Representative Pedworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Howe, for being here. This seems to be a confusing issue. So I'm thinking about the helper, and I know that you're coming from the perspective of an apprentice program. Why would I be a helper with aiming toward over 500 hours of education, but not choose to be on an apprentice pathway? Can you say a bit more about that?
Well, if you're in a community college system and you're working, then you're an HPE, and that's, the program's shorter. Most apprenticeships are 4 years long, but that's what it takes to get the work hours. The community colleges do have great systems. So if you're taking the 2-year night classes or the 2-year college classes to get that associate's degree, then they're just different pathways to the same end goal. So I'm not going to sit here and say that one's more advantageous than others. There's just opportunities that are different with each one. That's about all that I can really say on that.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Howe, thanks for being with us today. I'd like to clarify, your apprenticeship programs, are they only located in the southern part of the state? Do you have them all throughout? So like somebody up in Caribou would be able to enroll in the apprentice program?
We do have an apprenticeship program that reaches up to Caribou. The work, as far as contractors go, there's not a lot up there for us, but we do have some work up there. So it is open to everybody across the state to apply to whichever apprenticeship program covers their area. So there is outreach for everywhere. It's just a lot of it will depend on where the work is for some of their program, but we do have the outreach.
So just to clarify then, your ability to accept apprentice applicants is directly relevant or related or correlated to your ability to have work in the area in which they are applying for. Is that correct?
So it's a little more like we won't turn down an applicant based on where they live, but what'll happen is each year we talk with the contractors and we decide that we're going to need this many apprentices. We can put this many apprentices to work. That's part of the apprenticeship program, is making sure they have that on the job training. So we just base it off of that. So we'll have a set number of people that we'll take in, whether they, if they live in Caribou and they apply to the right local and they get in, then as long as, we're not going to say no based on where they live, as long as they're in our set jurisdiction that we take in versus the other locals. So it's a little more complicated than just that, but we want to make sure that these apprentices get their work hours in as well. And that's the biggest difference between the community colleges and an actual apprenticeship program.
So the pathway to, oh, I'm sorry, Representative Palomar. I'm just trying to be, make sure I understand. The pathway towards the journeyman electrician status and licensure is if it's in the community college system, they do their education at the same time they have an HBE and they're getting their work hours. And then after their community college time, they're still an HBE, just continuing to get their hours until they get their hours for journeyman, correct?
Yes.
That's the pathway. And then for the apprentice, they're in the program and the education is mixed in throughout their hours in a approved way through the Department of Labor that you have in contract, that any apprentice, you being one of them, have documenting those educational hours along with their work. And that goes for the whole amount of their apprenticeship hours that they need for. So it's a long-term commitment to get to journeyman.
Yeah, we cover the whole 8,000 work hours that they need in the field.
And then the other apprenticeship programs that are not IBEW, they also are doing the same format, work mixed in with education, and they're using a whole host of educational resources, some in-house, others online, distance, national programs, or things like that. But they all have to be, I'm assuming they would all have to be recognized by the Board of Licensure also. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And they even have, some of the apprenticeship programs have their apprentices attend the community colleges. The biggest part is that they have that employer's the sponsor, so they make sure that they are tracking their work hours and they're making a livable wage. And that's how it gets set up when they apply to the Maine Apprenticeship Committee, and we run it through and look at each apprenticeship program and approve it.
Right. I do recall the Department of Labor has a expectation is once you achieve the final thing, that there is a pay increase, associated with that. Okay. Representative Collmore.
Thanks. I just had one follow-up that I forgot to ask as well. Do you see a number of students coming from CTE programs?
We do, and we try to work closely with the CTE programs to let them know that they do have different avenues. I know that the community colleges offer X amount of credits towards their associate's degree if they change over to that pathway. So to answer a question that was asked earlier as well, they can go either direction. We both apprenticeship programs and the college programs try to target the CTE programs because those students already show interest in the electrical field.
Do you credit those 1,000 hours towards your apprenticeship program if they're coming from a CTE?
It'll depend on evaluation. We don't have it set in our standards that we do that. I know that Maine does count them towards the licensing itself, but it's all kind of based on individual evaluation depending on where they stand with their skill set. We don't want to put anybody out that's not fully prepared for what they're going to be doing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Olson, I had a couple more questions for you, or it might be other people. So I'm looking at the non, that we've recognized as certain educational programs and that people have that HPE license. And I want for you to just confirm my assumption. Once they have finished that education, so they're in the community college system, once they've finished that education, and they've got they've been having their HPE certification, they still have it because they're still recognized that because they have the 576 hours. Is that correct?
Yes, my understanding of how it reads is because it says who are enrolled or have completed. So I believe that means that you can get it while you're in school and in the community college program, and then you would still retain it once you've completed the program so that you could continue to work to earn the necessary hours.
Okay. And those who just do, not within an apprenticeship program, who just do the other avenues recognized by the licensure board, they would not get it while they're in there, and they would not get it if they've completed 576 hours afterward, correct?
Again, my understanding was unless those 576 hours of education were in an approved by the board program or from an accredited institution, then no. The program, whatever 576 hours has to be a program that was approved by the board. And I believe the board just told us that that's really only approving community college programs.
The community college program, okay.
And that is left up to rule. The board is making that through essentially rulemaking process. That's up to the board to decide.
Oh, they have a choice of being able to decide that, and they've decided not to do that.
It says as approved by the board. So
Okay.
yes, it's up to the board.
As to what programs they approve. Okay.
That's my understanding of that section. Yes.
Okay, so if someone is doing one of those other programs, it must be through an approved Department of Labor. It must be through an approved Department of Labor apprenticeship.
Yes.
Because it would now be an apprenticeship.
Yes, to be an apprentice, it must be through an approved apprenticeship program. I did send, so you have information from the apprenticeship program about registered providers of apprenticeship opportunities in the state. And then I put a link in about board approved educational course providers into the chat. Most of those on that list are offering the either 15 or 45 hour update to the NEC, the National Electrical Code. When they release new updates to that, you often have to brush up on the new information. And so they offer, there's some basically continuing education. So most of the people on that list are offering those types of courses. A few of them also offer the other types of courses that they mentioned, like blueprints and math and other training requirements.
So I just want to be clear, and maybe you're not the one to ask on this, Ms. Olson. When someone is signing up on those other programs, they're signing up one at a time, 45-hour courses, and they're kind of combining all of those? Or are they signing up into a full program for 576 hours? And if you're not the right one, maybe that question goes back to Senator Pouliot. If you
I think I can answer this. So that list that I put in the chat, those are board approved educational providers. Most of those providers are only offering one type of course, and that's the NEC sort of update course, of which there's either a 15-hour or a 45-hour option. That's considered, I believe, essentially continuing education. So when the National Electrical Institute updates their code, that's not the right organization. I see Mr. Howe looking at me, but when the National Electrical Code is updated, I believe that there is a responsibility to update your understanding of the code. And so they offer these providers offer courses on that update. There are a few on that list who also offer other educational opportunities that are centered around the training to become an electrician. And if I open that list myself, I believe, for example, one of the education providers that's approved is Novel Engineering, that was mentioned during testimony, and they offer classes such as controls, blueprint reading and drafting, electricity 1 and 2, electronics 1 and 2, math, transformers. So the types of courses that I believe you are considered part of the educational program, whether you're in a CTE, the community college, or in an apprenticeship program like IBEW. And Mr. Howe can correct me if I have misspoken.
Mr. Howe, is that your understanding of? I know this is tangential to your work.
It was. I think what Ms. Olson said was correct. That's set up so that you can take one class at a time to build the classes needed for your license. And also there are some discrepancies, like if you get your education to become a journeyman wireman, you may need some of those classes to sit for your master's, and you're required to have a 45-hour code update before you test for a journeyman or a master's, so on and so forth. So it is broken up so that you can take classes at a time to build that 576 hours worth of required courses as well.
Senator Pelaez, did you have anything you wanted to add on that? In your understanding of the kind of the other programs is a new wrinkle that you're introducing. So I'm trying to get an understanding of what those programs are.
Yeah, so it's my understanding that there is a number of online options, but they're kind of one program here, one program there, like was just described. Trying to look at a continuous online program where someone could enter, like was talked about, the 18-year-old student, perhaps coming out of high school, I'm going to enter into this online program, but I'm also going to be going down to work at ABC Electric, you know, to start earning money to pay my bills, and being able to make sure that they have a pathway as well for the continuing or the additional education.
Great. Okay, thank you.
If
Mr. Howe, you're trying to add something else?
If I may, if that's, I mean, I agree that that is something that if students doing that had an HPE license would help anyway. That seems like something that could be brought to the electrical examining board, and they could reevaluate how they classify that HPE license, to not just make sure it stays with community colleges. I think that might be an avenue to look at.
Interesting. Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. So this is very much reminding me of the Wild West of nursing 30 years ago, slowly making its journey from hospital apprenticeship, 3-year apprenticeship, to associates, BSN, master's, now PhD. So it sounds like there is still the classic apprenticeship program through an organization like yours, where you take students, you shepherd them through both classwork and practical work experience. It takes 4 years. They leave as journeymen. Then there is the community college system, 2 years purely of classwork. They can either graduate without any working hours and then start to work toward their journeyman status, or they can be working as an apprentice helper while they're in school. And then what we have before us is a bill saying we want to increase the number of helpers who are neither in an apprenticeship program or in a classroom setting, or in a college. And then there's this whole other nebulous where any electrician can decide to set up his own apprenticeship program, right? Have I got it?
Representative Geiger, the only nebulous thing I will qualify on that is because the Department of Labor has a very structured apprenticeship program. So they have specific rules as to what would be accepted as a apprenticeship. So I think there still is guidance within the apprenticeship program and requirements. So it's not as as wild on that side of it. But if you wanted to,
question to Senator Puyat is, it sounds like there are any number of ways to start the journey to becoming an electrician. It sounds like there is not a waiting list or a difficulty getting into either the true apprenticeship or the community college to do this. What is the benefit of expanding helpers with no education and no access to education in this field, besides guaranteeing them a low wage and no working toward improvement? Help me understand what the purpose of this bill is.
Thank you for that question, Representative Geiger. I mean, first of all, I don't think that it's safe for us to assert that they would be in a low wage position. For instance, Chip Eastman, who you heard from in the public testimony, is an electrician in Augusta. He has a helper on his crew. He pays that person $22 an hour. I don't think that's a low wage, but some might consider that to be a low wage. I guess it depends where you live. So I don't think that the only way for people to be successful electricians is to be involved in, particular program. I think that we all agree that they should be working toward additional education, but we shouldn't pick and choose, in my opinion, winners and losers as to, where someone would have to go. I mean, when we really are talking about our workforce challenges, a lot of it has to do with capacity. And so we've heard that the apprenticeship program through IBEW has perhaps some openings, but not all students might have access to that or have the ability to drive to the beautiful new training facility that they're building in Fairfield, which I think is exceptional. And I hope we as a legislature will support more resources going to additional training facilities and so forth. But the reality is that, making sure that any kind of access that they have to a certified program would be approved, a board certified program. So that gives a wider array of offerings to help us meet our capacity demand. And then beyond that, I think we've gotten really granular with this, which is great. It's a beautiful part of sausage making, I call it, legislation. You really start looking at and talking about things that wouldn't have otherwise been discussed. There seems to be really a good kernel here going with the HPE designation and perhaps expanding that out. But I also think that we just can't step away from the basic need to make sure that when there's a position that needs to be filled, it isn't some significant amount of red tape that's getting away from it happening. And that's where I wanted us to have a conversation and hopefully focus on that, or becoming an and maybe making it one helper in addition to an apprentice. So if somebody, just needs to find someone to get onto a job site to get moving forward and making sure we can meet our supply issues. I mean, I talked to the governor last week about the concerns that we have in the state with lack of inventory and affordable housing options for people. And part of that is because we can't build stuff fast enough or for an affordable rate. And part of getting there, am I suggesting that adding 150 helpers in the state of Maine is going to move the needle from here to here? No, but it's going to help. And so I think that if we can look at it through that lens of what are we doing to make sure there's more people available to fill these positions, and by making it available to more helpers, that makes more people available because it's easier to qualify for the helper role initially than it is for some of these other roles. And we should also be making it easier or increasing access and equity for getting into some of these other roles as well. And that comes in by expanding the educational offerings.
Thank you, Senator Pollitt. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And Representative Geiger, I just wanted to make sure that we qualified that the program that we know does not have a wait list is only the IBEW training program. I can clarify and confirm that KVCC has quite a waiting list for their electrical program. I have also heard that Northern Maine Community College is experiencing the same kind of wait, though I haven't spoken with the other community college systems. That HPE designation is actually really difficult right now because they have such a long wait list. So I want to make sure that that's clear, that I agree with Senator Pouliot here. What we need to be looking at, not only is it extending the opportunities for the different pathways that people choose to make it equitable, but also that we ensure that we're looking at how can we expand those HPE opportunities. If we have 47 approved training facilities in our state, approved by the board currently, how come those are not listed under that HPE designation? And so I think that's a little related to this bill, of course, but also something that needs to be looked at so that we can, I had to wait for 3 months to have a light installed on my commercial property because even though my partner is an electrical engineer, he is not an approved master licensed engineer. And because we were designated commercially, we weren't allowed to install our own light, even though he knows how to do it. So there is a huge issue, and the coronavirus only made that wait longer. So I think that this is important stuff, and I'd like to, if if possible, Chair Curry, I'd like to make a motion to table this so that we can look at how we can amend this to meet the needs, but not have 3 people listed under the helper thing, because I do think that's an issue.
We haven't gotten a second yet, and I'm not gonna call for a second just yet because I want to hear a couple more things, and I've heard what you've requested. What I'd like to do is go into caucus, and we'll take a break, and we'll see where we are, so we'll go in the break and see what our opportunities are. So, thank you very much. Welcome back. We have a motion to table on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. There's a motion to table this LD 126 with a second. Let's see, I think this needs to be a roll call vote. And I will ask Jody to call the roll.
All right, so we have a tabling motion. And who was the motion made by Representative
Motion was made by
Collmore?
Representative Collmore, seconded by Representative Bernard, I think.
Okay. Representative Geiger?
No.
No. Representative Andrews?
No.
Representative Andrews, no. Representative Pepworth?
No.
Representative Pepworth, no. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini's absent. Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Descharnes?
Yes.
Representative Descharnes, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss? Oops, we lost Representative Hassenfuss. No, he's right there.
Oh, sorry. No, I do not vote to table it.
Representative Hassenfuss, no. Representative Bailey?
No.
Representative Bailey, no. Representative Bernard?
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts?
No.
Representative Roberts, no. Senator Curry?
No.
Senator
Excuse
Curry,
me, no.
So we have,
I'll send you the stuff that you schedule. They were almost.
7 no's, 1, 2, 3, 5 yes, and 1 absent.
Having
So the
not,
motion fails.
motion fails. The question before the table or before the committee is the original bill. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of the safety concerns and the fact that this discussion has unearthed that there are, educational pathway issues and everything like that, that seem to be another bill and not necessarily an amendment to this one. I'd like to make the motion of ought not to pass on LD 126.
Is there a second?
Chair Corral, I will second that motion, and here's why. I thought long and hard about this bill. It's certainly close to my family, as my father-in-law is a master electrician, and he has been for a number of years. I've seen what he does, and I've been in that position of a helper, and just seeing the way the work goes and knowing everything that there is needed in understanding the electrical world, what wires can carry what currents, what panels to go to. I don't know any of that stuff, and I rely always on him if I'm helping him wire my house or something like that. And there's just too much to know for somebody with zero experience. And this bill is a bill designed to increase the amount of unskilled, uneducated laborers with no incentive to get them to continue their education and become a higher tier individual with expertise in the electrical field. Most of our discussion that we had today dealt with pathways to education levels. Yet this bill was, said, how can we get more unskilled people in this profession without encouraging them to go on and get schooling? There was nothing, done with paragraph 1 or 2, and actually the original bill aimed to increase where a journeyman or a master could supervise 3 unskilled, uneducated helpers, but could only supervise 2 educated or helpers who had finished some schooling or were in some sort of program. So I second what Representative Roberts put forth in that I think this is a different bill that deals with increasing the educational pipeline of electricians in this state, and that at that time, through that second bill, we can address this issue, whereas this has been dealt with just a couple of years ago by the legislature to find the appropriate numbers. It said, a 2-to-1 ratio with education, a 1-to-1 ratio without education, and the electricians, I've spoken to like that ratio. And so I don't think now is the appropriate time through this bill to move that forward. However, I'm very open to something in the future designed to increase the amount of electricians in training. So for that reason, I'll second her motion.
The bill, let's see, LD 126 has been moved and seconded, ought not to pass. Discussion. Representative Callamore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not be supporting an ought not to pass because, as I had mentioned in the beginning, I actually support an amendment to this to clarify the actual language of the bill, which can help address our numbers issues while also ensuring that the job sites continue to stay safe. And I had thought that we would be given the opportunity to readdress that amendment possibility, which is why I also had made the motion to table so that we could get the specific clarified legal language that I don't know how to create from our OPLA analyst or through the revisor's office in working with Senator Pouliot. So I will not be supporting an ought not to pass because I believe that amending the language to include at the end of bullet 1 and one non-enrolled helper with the semicolon, keeping that as an or, 2 apprentice education electricians, again, semicolon, which has the word or after it, and then 1 helper in the industrial applications, or 2 helpers for residential, commercial, and solar. And then I actually, in hearing the plea for if we had 1 apprentice and 2 apprentices on the job site and 1 left, they wouldn't be allowed to have a helper in addition to that apprentice. I would suggest adding a number 4 that would allow for 1 apprentice and 1 helper on the site at the same time. That way the numbers would be there. So that is why I will not be voting for ought not to pass.
Thank you, Representative Callamore. And after this vote, you'll certainly be asked for a second report. And if the vote's in the majority, if the ought not to pass is in the majority, there would be a minority report. If it fails clearly, then it would be, you would have that opportunity then. I believe you can convey what you just conveyed to our legislative analyst, and on language review, you would be able to clarify the exactness of that. So
just to clarify, my original motion earlier in the discussion, you had asked to hold off for the conversation that would ensue after the fact, which I do feel kind of got off track, but given that we're talking about the HPE designation versus the actual HP designation, that was needed to understand. However, we have a motion to ought not to pass, whereas I had a motion earlier that was not allowed a second because we wanted more discussion. Am I allowed to do a second motion, again, based off of that, saying I'd like to have a motion ought to pass as amended, given the language?
There will be an opportunity. So the net effect is going to be the same in terms of that there will be a divided report. Yeah, I think your intention for the language is known. And so if anyone wants to hold off and vote against the motion before us, they would be able to do so, and would be able to then work with be able to say yes to your motion that's getting ready. So either the net effect is going to be the same in terms of people knowing what's before them. Everyone will have the opportunity to vote for whatever report that they want to do. So Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be voting in favor of ought not to pass, and I've really appreciated the willingness to compromise on this bill, and I think that the discussion was really good. Clearly, we need to focus on access to CTE programs and to CTE programming, and I hope that we find
Oh
ways.
my God, that is not at all what is the issue.
Representative Collmore, you're unmuted.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just CTE programs are very
Representative
different at
Collmore,
the
you're
high
not,
school.
Representative Collmore, I'm not recognizing you. Representative Pebworth.
No, I just wanted to apologize for that not being unmuted because that was just a misunderstanding, I think, with the CTE program versus the community college. So I apologize, Representative Pebworth, for that being a live comment.
Thank you.
Representative Pebworth.
I really am swayed, having spoken to some electricians, about the safety issue. And although the stats that we saw from our analyst don't appear alarming, we can look at them in different ways. When I see headlines about a 7-year-old dead, a 14-year-old dead in 2021, I don't want to take a vote that makes it any less safe. Thank you.
Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Chairman Curry. I just want to make sure to acknowledge that I can't imagine that Senator Pouliot or anyone else would put in an LD that would try to sidestep any kind of safety. I'm sure that that was not the intention. I also don't want to let an opportunity go to try to bolster this industry, which we hear needs so many more people. And if it can grow the industry by just getting people's feet wet, if you will, I think that that would be a good thing as long as it's safe. So the idea of adding a helper, one helper, not two, as Senator Pouliot mentioned, he would certainly be amenable to. Only in that first paragraph, if you will, that mentioned that 2 enrolled HPE people we know now are chosen, and a non-enrolled person that could be getting some mentorship from those enrolled people, as well as the master, as well as the journeyman. I know that they can't be supervised certainly by an enrolled person, but it would add that one extra person to the site that is not there now. And with looking ahead at the green work that we're trying to do in the state, to talk about the idea of allowing an extra helper for solar, I would love to see that happen, because these solar farms are starting to pop up all over the state. They're going to need people. And I would love to see that, to see people find a pathway to that as quickly as possible. So for that reason, I'm going to be voting against and ought not to pass. And in order to give this opportunity a chance to go forward in one form or another, I would like to see an amendment.
Thank you, Representative Bernard. Seeing no other questions or comments, I'll ask Ms. Breton to call the roll.
So you have an ought not to pass motion made by Representative Roberts, second by Representative Hassenfuss. So if you're in favor of the ought not to pass motion, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Representative Geiger.
Voting yes, ought not to pass.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews?
No.
Representative Andrews, no. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
No.
Representative Collmore, no. Senator Lucchini's absent. Senator Seaway?
No.
Senator Seaway, no. Representative Ducharme?
No.
Representative Ducharme, no. Representative Austin?
No.
Representative Austin, no. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Representative Bernard.
Representative Bernard, are you with us?
It's happening again.
You
No.
there? We can hear you.
No is the
Representative
vote.
Bernard.
Sorry.
Representative Bernard, no. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes.
I believe we're at 6-6.
6-6 with
I think
one
we're at
absent.
6-6. So so we at the absentee voter will determine whether that is a majority report or a minority report. And at this point, what I'd like to give those who voted no on this an opportunity to shape their report. So Representative Collimore, you were first to lead with the request for the amendment or for an amended report. Do you want to spell out what you would like in that amended report or what you would like for a vote?
Yes. So under the proposed amendment, I would ask that we, in our 1, 2, 3 list under section 1202A, that we would have number 1 would be 2 helper electricians who are enrolled in or who have completed a program of study consisting of 576 hours of education as approved by the board or from an accredited institution, and 1 non-enrolled helper, and then a semicolon. 2 would stay the same as 2 apprentice electricians with a semicolon after that as well. Number 3 would change to 1 helper, 1 helper electrician in industrial applications or 2 helpers for residential, commercial, and solar with a semicolon, and then or 1 apprentice electrician and 1 helper electrician.
Okay, I am going to read that back. Representative Collimore, couldn't find your square for a second. Sorry. I'm going to read that back just to see if I have gotten this. Okay, we're in 1202-A, and this is ought to pass as amended. So for paragraph 1, 2 helpers enrolled, 2 helper electricians who are enrolled in or have completed a program of study consisting of 576 hours of education as approved by the board or from an accredited institution, and 1 non-enrolled helper electrician, semicolon. Number 2 would be 2 apprentice electricians. Is that the same? That did not change?
That's correct,
Okay.
except we would remove the or
Yes.
because I would add a 4th line.
Great. Okay, so just the semicolon, and we'd strike the or. And then you would have for paragraph 3, we'd strike the language, and it would say 1 helper electrician in an industrial application, or 2 helper electricians in residential, commercial solar applications, semicolon, or.
Yes.
And then we'd add paragraph 4, 1 apprentice and 1 helper.
Yes.
And would, to clarify for that last one, would that be, could just the helper that's unenrolled, or at either type of helper?
I think that we don't need to clarify the designation on that
Okay.
one. It could be
Okay.
either or.
Okay. And my question is, as the bill is originally written, it only applies to journeymen. Senator Pouliot had put an amendment in to make sure that that language extended to master and limited electricians. Would you like that to also apply?
I would like that to stay. in the language, yes.
Okay, so extend what you just outlined for journeyman supervision to also be true for master and limited electricians.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think I have that. And of course, this would come back for language review. So you would be able to see that again. And if we've missed anything or anything comes up, we'd go over it at that time.
Thank you very
Representative
much.
Ducharme.
Do we need to, those of us that want to support that, do we need to say anything, or are we just by virtue of the fact that?
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. I don't know what the process is.
If you would also like to support that amendment, you just need to let me know. If you would like to have a different report, then you can tell me that. Each one of you can have your own version. That's possible, but you can also go with the language Representative Collmore put forward as well. I do need to know that information though before we close the work session.
Representative Bernard or Representative Ducharme, I'm sorry, we're still with you. Did you want to support Representative Collmore's minority report or report?
I certainly do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Bernard?
Yes, I also want to support.
Okay. And Representative Senator Seaway?
Yes, I'll support it.
Great. And Representative Andrews?
I will support as well.
You cut in and out there. Did you want to support that amended? So it would be ought to pass as amended. Excellent. And Representative Austin. Thank you. I heard you. And Representative Austin.
Yes, I think that's some really great creative work on it. Thank you.
And Ms. Breton, I understand that we've gotten all of our, everyone has voted on this. Is that correct?
Everybody except for Senator.
Right,
Lucchini.
everyone who is here. So at this point, the vote is 6 ought not to pass, 6 ought to pass as amended, and Senator Lucchini will be voting absentee as we are all able to do. And so how that goes, we'll find out. So and Representative Collmore, I want to make sure that that and all those who voted on that report will have language review to be able to, if it was rushed and you need to figure out that's not exactly what you meant, then you'll have that full opportunity at language review. So
very much.
With that, I'd like to, I'm recognizing it's 12:15. We have gone long. I'd like to take a hour-long break, if that would, and reconvene at 1:15. And for introduction to, for our work session on LD 195. So we will be taking a break. We're not closing the session, but taking a break, and we'll reconvene at LD 195 or at 1:15 for LD 195. Thank you. This work session, oh, and I have to close this work session. This work session is for LD 126 is closed. Thanks.
Representative Collmore, you're unmuted.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm seeing pictures turn back on.
What do we have left this afternoon?
Senator Seaway, we have LD 195. So
That's it?
Just one.
Okay.
One. So there we go. And Representative Bernard, are you with us yet? I see Representative Collmore calling in. Let me give folks just a moment. Representative Bernard, are you with us? Okay, I think we'll get started. It's a couple minutes past 1:15. So at this point, we're gonna open up the work session for LD 195. This is the last bill on our schedule for today. And I will ask Ms. Olson to begin your bill analysis.
Great. All right. Go. Let me make that a little bigger. A little bit bigger. Okay. LD 195. This is a resolve directing the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation to study a voluntary licensing system for general contractors for home improvement and construction. This resolve directs the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation, in conjunction with the Department of Labor, to study the development of a voluntary licensing system for general contractors for home improvement and construction. The department is required to submit a report to the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business by December 1st, 2021. And the committee is authorized to submit a bill based on the report to the second regular session of the 130th legislature. Individuals who spoke in favor brought up the following points: that this issue was worked on last session, and request to please do something to move this issue forward. It was also noted, and I have more information about this later in the bill analysis, that there have been many previous attempts to address this issue. Contractors are not required to be licensed, but most of the people that contractors hire do have to be licensed. The state adopted the MUBEC, the main uniform building code, in 2015, eliminating one barrier to licensing that had been previously identified. A lot of money is involved in home improvement and construction. The remedies for consumers when something doesn't go as it should are too costly and often ineffective. This would allow homeowners and developers to identify competent, qualified contractors who are proficient in MUBEC. It may also help to enforce insurance requirements, business contracting standards, to streamline a grievance process, and require continuing education. And that Maine is in the minority of states who license in some way this type of work. We had no one speak against, and Commissioner Head spoke neither for nor against, but brought forward the following points. This resolve would trigger a sunrise review. That in order to effectively conduct a sunrise review, specific language for the study to look at would be helpful, and issues around funding. And she also pointed out that certification is voluntary and licensure is mandatory. So there really isn't a voluntary license. So if moving forward with statutory set of guidelines, it could no longer be voluntary. There were a few information requests centered around this issue that I have pulled data for. So it was asked how many states license general contractors. And looking at the NCSL occupational licensing statute database, it appears that about 33 states currently license general contractors. According to that database, general contractor is defined as someone who plans, directs, coordinates activities concerned with construction and maintenance of structures, facilities, and systems. And in looking at that, skimming that data, the requirements for licensure vary by state. To support the efforts of the committee, my office has looked more closely at 2 New England states, Connecticut and Rhode Island, and it has provided a side-by-side comparison of the Connecticut and Rhode Island licensing statutes in order to provide a more detailed look at some existing licensure framework. So that is provided here. We can take a minute and look at that in just a moment. I have included some additional information that I pulled from the bill analysis during the 129th related to licensing contractors as well. Just to give an overview, as it was mentioned during testimony, this is an issue that has come up before the legislature in the past, and in fact has come up quite frequently. So I've given you some information from past sessions and a brief-ish overview of the past work. So a couple of bills of note. Pursuant to LD 1551 and the 121st legislature, the department was directed to conduct a sunrise review, and that review was submitted to the committee on January 1st, 2004. The full sunrise review report from 2004 is linked. It's also has been uploaded separately to either electronic location. The sunrise review in 2004 identified several barriers to conducting a meaningful sunrise review, including at the time in 2004, an absence of a statewide building code, a lack of statutory scope of practice, and a lack of an identified funding source for the licensing program. And that sunrise review provided a variety of options for the committee to consider, including a no change to the status quo, looking at certification, registration, and licensure. And the report ultimately determined that, and this is quoted from the report, the case has not been sufficiently made that the potential benefit of having licensed home contractors justifies the burden associated with home contractor licensing in terms of both increased cost, to the consumer public, and the increased cost to the regulated community. And as I said, that full report is available for your consideration. It does have a recommendation section that you could look at to get more detailed information at a quicker glance. So that was in 2004 on the 121st. In the 122nd legislature, there was LD 1306, which directed the department to consult with the Attorney General's office and industry representatives to develop a model registration process for home building and improvement contractors. I will note that some of the terminology about this group of professionals does vary across the statutes, across the different legislatures. In this report, the department described a draft model registration process, which included an electronic registration and complaint process and proposed amendments to the home construction contract statute and a model contract and change order contract. And that report back is also included. In the 123rd, LD 1038 directed the department to study the issue of residential contractor licensing and to report back to the legislature January 4th, 2010. In that report, the department noted that 123rd legislature had passed legislation harmonizing the main model building code with existing building codes, that they had noted that steps had begun towards increased oversight of building contractors, including voluntary certification programs run by trade associations and voluntary certification programs administered by the state targeted towards specific specialities. The department again noted a lack of clear scope of practice for building contractors, as well as the lack of a clear funding source in conducting that study. And again, that is report is included here as well in full. And then additional information that there were other bills related to this issue of the licensing of home contractors during the 124th, 125th, 126th, and 129th legislatures. And my understanding is the bill before us represents either the exact or very similar language to one put forward in the 129th. I believe Representative Roberts has offered a proposed amendment to the committee, which was emailed out to the committee. I also have a copy and am able to share that if necessary or if desired, excuse me. As the bill stands in its original form, a couple of issues to discuss. As Commissioner Head noted in her testimony, certification is a voluntary process by a non-governmental entity. Licensure is a mandatory process by a state or municipal government. So there is a contradiction in voluntary licensing. It should be noted that this resolve directs the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation in conjunction with the Department of Labor to study the development of a voluntary licensing system for general contractors for home improvement and construction, and requires the study to address the costs, state agency resources, implementation, and potential impacts on the construction industry. But it does not provide a framework for a voluntary licensing system, nor a definition for general contractors for home improvement and construction. And then other considerations, if this bill results in a Sunrise review, funding will need to be allocated, and that actually brings us to the fiscal impact. So the fiscal note is required, and in the preliminary fiscal note, the following information was provided. The Administrative Services Professional and Financial Regulation program within the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation will require a one-time other special revenue funds allocation of $15,000 in fiscal year 21-22 to contract with a consultant to study the development of a voluntary licensing system for general contractors for home improvement and construction. I know we've heard about Sunrise reviews a number of times so far this session, and there was note of the funding. And so the fiscal preliminary fiscal note is estimating that to be at about $15,000. And so the original bill and the testimony here, for more information related to the Sunrise review process, I've hyperlinked to the main revised statutes online, to the sections that are related to the Sunrise review. There's a brief outline of the Sunrise review in Commissioner Head's testimony as well. And then this brings me to my last piece, the side-by-side comparison of Connecticut and Rhode Island's contractor licensing systems. Yeah, I'm having an issue with that one. Okay, hold on, sorry, my hyperlink isn't working, which I know sometimes also is the problem for some of you. So let me just pull this up. Okay, and so my office pulled together the side-by-side comparison of two New England states I'm sorry.
Ms. Olson, can you enlarge that?
Oh, yes, of course. Let me also I'm not sure how that impacts your view of it if I do that, but.
Can everyone see that? Does anyone need it enlarged further? Are you good, Senator Ciore? I see you talking.
Yeah, that's good right there.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I was presented with two options to kind of bring information about how other states license forward to the committee. One was just a sort of general overview of the states that license with more of a general understanding of what they do, or kind of looking at two New England states and seeing more specifically how they lay out their framework. And so I went ahead and had this data set pulled for us to help give the committee, hopefully answer some more of the detailed questions around how this might look in other states, how a licensing system works in other states. There's a lot of data here, but of note is that they provide a definition of contractor. So that is something that's been identified as a valuable tool moving forward, especially if conducting a study, having a clear understanding of the type of work that falls under the definition of contractor who we're going to license. I have to apologize. I know Commissioner Head gave us the number of individuals that might fall under this, and it was quite large. I think it was around 12,000 individuals who could potentially have to be licensed. And if I'm misquoting that number, she will certainly correct me. And then there's a question about subcontractors as well. And so some states have dealt with that. Rhode Island, for example, has information related to subcontractors, whereas Connecticut hasn't specified. I'd love to give you all time to read all the words on the screen before I move on, but I think that would not be in the best interest of time, although you do hopefully have access to this in front of you. And if not, let me know and I can send this out in other ways. Talking a little bit about fees and how you might display your requirements. I think another element that we would need to consider under that Sunrise is education. So continuing education requirements are outlined for the two states. They both have some, although it appears Rhode Island's require more. One of the individuals who provided testimony mentioned that having a licensing system could help with insurance enforcement or making sure that individuals are insured. So there, you'll notice that Connecticut and Rhode Island both have insurance requirements as a part of their licensing. And then we heard a lot about from many individuals in their testimony about how the remedies when work has not been done satisfactorily or not done at all, how those remedies often fail to support the consumer or are too burdensome. So there's some information around oversight and enforcement. Rhode Island's continues. Who has that enforcement power? Sort of laid out in the different types of enforcement. And Connecticut has some prohibited acts. Rhode Island's are included with their criminal penalties, which you'll see below. And then sort of what your penalties may be if you violate one of the criminal penalties or one of these prohibitions. And this is, I think we heard the phrase in testimony a lot about giving something teeth. So that these enforcement elements, civil penalties as well. Connecticut has some other punitive provisions. And then information around consumer remedies. As well. And that brings us, I believe, to the end. So I know that there's a lot here that's been pulled for you and to take a closer look at potential frameworks. This is just how two other states in New England deal with it. So with that, I'll stop sharing. And I'm happy to attempt to answer as many questions as I can or provide additional information as requested.
It's like Senator Curry's offline. So
Thank you. No, I'm back online. So Representative Roberts.
Thank you. Is now the appropriate time to walk through the amendment? Or do we want to bring up the sponsor first? She
I would
hasn't-
say let's bring up the sponsor and then similar to the earlier one, let's share the amendment and just make sure everyone has a good opportunity to discuss what is being proposed before us. So I would recommend, although I don't, Representative Ducharme, did you have a question for our analyst?
I do.
Yes,
I do.
Go ahead.
In the presentation, you referenced the quote statewide MUBEC code. Statewide MUBEC code is a misnomer. It is for towns over 4,000 people, of which there are 67. In the state of Maine, there are 363 towns of less than 4,000 people who do not subscribe to the MUBEC code. So I'm a little bit concerned that we're hanging our hat on a MUBEC code as the quote standard that under which this licensing might be obtained. So I just need to, make sure that we understand that's the basis on that.
Yes, Representative Ducharme, you are correct, and thank you for correcting me. That is, he is correct on that. So that applies to towns that are over 4,000. I did not know the numbers of towns that applied to though, so thank you. And that had been an increase. I believe it previously was, I think, 2 and went up to 4.
In order to get MUBEC passed, when it was passed in the legislature, they had to go from 2 to 4, otherwise it never would have passed.
So yes, thank you for that correction. I think, yeah, as I phrased it, might not have meant what I intended.
Thank you, Representative Ducharme. Representative Breen, you have a welcome, and would like to give our sponsors a minute to make their case. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Senator Curry, and good afternoon, everybody. I just have a couple of comments, and then I'm actually going to drop off and let you carry on your good work. First of all, to Representative Ducharme's point, and my understanding is that MUBEC applies across the state, but that it's enforced differently depending on population size. So I guess I would pose that as a future question for Ms. Olson to see exactly what those nuances are. The second thing is, to the issue of funding, I would suggest or request that you would apply a fee structure that's similar to other regulated and licensed trades folks. I don't know if it's all on the regulated community, if it's a sharing of the regulated community and the general fund, but I would suggest you just be consistent with what we do with other professionals in the trades. And then lastly, I want to give a big thank you to Representative Roberts, because she reached out to me before this session when we heard that we were working on similar bills, and she has done a lot of work putting together an amendment, and she has my full support for that amendment and for go forth and work it and see if the committee can come up with something that will move the issue forward.
Thank you very much, Senator Breen. So, are there any other questions or comments for either Ms. Olson or Senator Breen? I think at this point, I'll ask Ms. Olson. I'm not seeing any. I think at this point, I'll ask Ms. Olson to put up the proposed amendment that was emailed out to everybody, but we can screen share. I know some of us, we're not all using multiple screens.
Yes, just one moment. Sorry, let me open that.
And I will ask Representative Roberts, or would you prefer to walk through it, or would you prefer to have Ms. Olson walk through it?
Either is fine. I can just preempt it with, this was done in anticipation and in listening to the department's concerns around the bill as it currently was written, and to give it, quote, more teeth, and to give us a vehicle to move something forward and in the next session, should we choose to do so. This gives us more data and more definition, I believe.
And Ms. Olson, if you can enlarge again.
Yes.
Does that
You
work
don't
for
want me
everybody?
to, yeah, you don't want me to tell you that I have a pretty large second screen, so I forget sometimes how it comes across.
Does anyone need it larger? Okay, go ahead.
Representative Roberts, I'm sorry, did you want me to do it, to go through it?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, okay. I'll just note, of course, so this was actually drafted by Mr. Seneft in working with Representative Roberts. So what this does, the resolve here directs the department to conduct a sunrise review. So it strikes out the original bill and replaces it with the sunrise review. In doing that, what it does is it lays out what they should consider. So it's trying to give a framework to the sunrise review. So in doing that, we have under section 2, paragraph 1, general contractors, gives a definition of what a general contractor can be considered as. So any individual who undertakes, offers to undertake, or submits a bid to build a dwelling or perform any home improvement if the total cost of the project exceeds $5,000. The term general contractors shall not include individuals performing home improvement on a residential dwelling in which the individual resides, subcontractors working under the direction of a general contractor, or individuals licensed as electricians, plumbers, or in another profession and who are acting exclusively within the scope of the profession for which they are currently licensed. And I will note, Mr. Senate indicated that he pulled some of the language for here in this section, some of the definitions language from either current Maine law, and he also looked at New England states to provide some of this framework. It uses the term dwelling to mean a residential structure that contains 1 to 4 units, including an individual condominium unit, cooperative unit, mobile home, and trailer, if it is used as a residence. It offers the word home improvement to include building or constructing a residence and fixing, replacing, altering, converting, modernizing, improving, or making an addition to real property primarily designed or used as a residence. Home improvement includes not only structural work, but also the construction, installation, replacement, improvement, and cleaning of in-ground swimming pools, porches, kitchens, chimneys, chimney liners, garages, fallout shelters, central air conditioning, central heating, boilers, furnaces, hot water heaters, electric wiring, sewers, plumbing fixtures, storm doors, storm windows, siding or awnings, and other improvements to structures within the residence or upon the land adjacent to the residence. Home improvement does not include landscaping, interior painting, or wall covering, finished floor covering, including but not limited to carpeting, vinyl floor covering or tile, fencing or freestanding masonry walls, installation of above ground swimming pools, shutter or awning installation, installation of ground level patios, or asphalt and driveway installation and maintenance. And then in the study, the requirements for licensure to include the following 4 elements: education and training, including apprenticeships, experience, disclosure of prior judgments against the applicant, and current status of licensure in other jurisdictions. And then finally, to consider when conducting the sunrise review, whether the safety of the public could be adequately ensured through a certification or registering system of licensing. which is the sort of burden that would have to be met if instituting a new system of licensing. And then here, section 2 is the report. So the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation shall submit a report on the study conducted under section 1 that I just outlined, including suggested legislation to the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business by December 1st of 2021. And the committee is authorized to submit a bill based on the report to the second regular session of the 130th legislature. So it's sort of it's outlining the Sunrise review process. It's laying some of that framework, including defining some key terms such as general contractor, dwelling, and home improvement, and what the elements for licensure would be that should be studied in order to come back. So that's the outline of the amendment put forward by Representative Roberts.
Ms. Olson, I have a question. Can
Yes.
you just, when we look at the definitions, general contractor, dwelling, and home improvement, the long list of what includes home improvement, that is inclusive of what we're trying to get, correct? We're not, all of those things, if it's home improvement and not the things that are excluded, then we're trying to include those. I missed that for a second, so I'm just trying to clarify where home improvement fits in all of it.
Yes. So, okay. Yes. So the resolve is to study a system of licensing for general contractors for home improvement and construction. So these would be contractors as defined in paragraph 1, doing the work defined here in 3. So it lays out what actually is home improvement, and then also what is not home improvement as well.
And all of this is also qualified on that $5,000 mark if they're doing work at a.
Yes, yes, if the total project exceeds $5,000. And I will note that that number is the number we determined in the amendment.
Great, thank you. Representative Geiger. And if you could turn the screen share off.
Yeah, sorry.
Actually, if she could leave it on just for a minute.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead and bring it back up.
Question, sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm getting pretty good at it.
First off, Ms. Olson, I just want to thank you so much for your really excellent job walking us through the bills, from both the description, the proponents, opponents, the analysis. It's just really excellent and very logical. So thank you very much for that. My question is, I really support the idea of this amendment and this bill. It's very clear looking at how it comes up in every legislature that there is many homeowners who are grievously treated or have disastrous experiences with very little recourse. My problem is in the definition section. If we look at a general contractor, we are determining that a general contractor, and therefore all of the things we're saying are required of them, is anyone who is performing home improvement in a house in which they do not live. And then we're also saying that a dwelling is 1 to 4 units. So they could have a 4-unit, live in one of them, do all kinds of renovation on the other 3, and that would be fine. But if they owned a camp in which they do not reside, they are there part-time, or they have a rental unit that they do not reside in, we are saying they must become licensed contractors. And that for me is a bridge way too far. Maine is a do-it-yourself state for practical and financial reasons. And I think this goes too far. Other than that, I completely support this amendment, but I think we need to look at a more expansive definition of general contractors, so that we are not leaving out people's ability to work on their own owned property.
Ms. Olson, yes. Can you respond to that?
Yeah, I think I can. So we're really looking here at paragraph 1, this section. Can you guys see it if I highlight it? Is that okay, great. So this Representative Geiger, is that what that portion is what you're getting at?
That's right. It looks like the only exception is if you are working on a house in which you reside, not which you own. Do I have that right, or am I misunderstanding?
No, I do think that is how that reads. And my understanding is residence and resides does have a different meaning than potentially own. I think that's something we could address certainly in the amendment. But as you mentioned, would open it up to not just where you live, but potentially to properties that you own. And there may be some way to approach that to maybe not make it totally owned, but a place that you like your camp, so to be able to include camps, for example.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too have an issue with that definition, given that our family alone owns more than one property, and we're actually looking at building on our new property so that we can have a home of our dreams instead of one you buy that's already put together and everything from the 1800s. And we actually plan to do most of the work ourselves, and we would of course not be residing in it because it would be a brand new build, and that would mean that we would have to get contractor licenses in order to build our own garages and house and shed, because I can tell you we did build a shed and it was 10 grand even with us doing it. And so that would mean that we would have had to get a contractor license in order to build our shed. But the other concern that I have here is we've also listed central heating, boilers, furnace, hot water heaters, basically the HVAC world plus plumbing, and those people already have to receive a different license. So are we saying now that they have to have not only their plumbing HVAC licenses, but also the contractor license under this? So that is another one of my concerns, is because they're already paying for licenses under other areas.
Ms. Olson?
Um,
Unless I'm reading that incorrectly, but that's how it appears here in this language.
I agree that that's how that appears, and it's possible that it does that. I will mention, though, I believe it would exclude those that are already licensed because of this section up here under the definition of general contractor, I believe. So for example, if you're already, so if you're already licensed in another type of work like HVAC, if you're already a licensed HVAC technician, then the section here that's highlighted excludes you from being considered a general contractor. So if you have someone who's fixing your central air and they're already licensed as an HVAC, they would not need to be licensed as a general contractor.
Okay, and just to follow up with that, if I could please, what about interior designers? I know that we talk about it doesn't include carpeting, vinyl floor, tile, fencing, that kind of stuff, but interior designing can also include removing of walls or a basic layout thing. And so would an interior designer under these definitions also have to get a general contractor license in order to do their work?
I think you're asking me a little bit of a question. I don't really know how that works with interior designers. If the interior designer themselves was doing the doing the work and not just directing the work, then I believe that as this is read, they would. We don't want to include, I don't think that's the intent.
No, I had hoped not, but I was concerned because of the subcontractor language, because they would be in charge of the subcontractors. Basically, they're the project manager. And so that's where my concern came in.
Not sure I know the answer to that. That's a good, I'm going to say that's a good question, and one that I would need to run by the legal experts in the office to see if in doing this, we're including someone like an interior designer.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To maybe also answer a few questions and clarify, I just want to make sure that the committee knows that this is not a licensing bill. This is not the criteria of which we would license someone. This is a directive to the department to conduct a sunrise review of these things, and they may come back and say, we don't think XYZ applies. So that's part of what their report back would be. My experience with interior designers is that they typically work with general contractors, but if we have a definition in statute, but again, that's something that could be worked out if, and big if, we move towards licensure. It does not have to be based on these exact parameters that we're putting forth in the sunrise review. And I would also offer that, we could, if we move to licensing, put something like, where are we here? Individual resides or their, we could put primary or secondary residence the same way they do mortgages. Your campus is not your primary residence. And that could be included that way. But again, I just want to kind of drive the point home that this is not a framework for the licensure. This is guidelines for the department to evaluate these areas and see what might fall within. I hope that helps.
Representative Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I built my house a few years ago, and I was the general contractor for my own home. And we had a carpenter that was very skilled. And so I'm kind of wondering, the general contractor tends to do the shopping and also help make sure things are getting done and that sort of thing, and maybe helps out on certain things. But so I'm kind of concerned about this when it comes to it's mentioning about even installing pools, where that's a specialty for somebody installing pools lots of times. So they don't have to be a general contractor to be installing pools. And the same thing with flooring. Some flooring companies, that's what they do for a specialty, and they hire people to install floors that they trust to do good jobs for them and that sort of thing. So this bill really concerns me that it's going to raise the cost of housing, and it's not really covering what we need to do as far as licensing. And I just feel I cannot go for this. And I'd like to make a motion on this for ought not to pass.
Senator Searway's made a motion ought not to pass. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. And let's see, I see Representative Hassenfuss.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what the thoughts are of everybody on the committee. I'm not sure if licensing is the best way to go, but I think what I do know is that I feel like we owe an obligation to our constituents to do something to make the process better, to protect them from, some of the stories we've heard with contractors and builders essentially hanging them out to dry for thousands of dollars. I know in the legal world, there's really no great recourse. A contractor can put a mechanic's lien on somebody's property if they don't pay them, and they can, and they can essentially attach the property and make sure that they get paid. Whereas the consumer doesn't really have any good option if they were left with a substandard product, other than to spend, tens of thousands of dollars in attorney fees. And I feel like, that this is an issue that this committee really should think hard about, how can we best protect people? It might be licensing, it might be something else. And this amendment is not us saying, yes, we are going to license all contractors in the state of Maine. It's us saying, we want to look into it so that next year we can revisit this topic and decide whether or not licensing works, and if so, for who. But I'm just curious as to what everybody's thinking. I mean, I know that I definitely want to protect these people and give them another remedy besides the legal, besides suing the contractor in a civil lawsuit. So what are there for ideas, or am I off the mark? I mean, do people think that we don't need to protect the consumers and it's buyer beware?
I saw Representative Austin. I think you're still muted. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too am concerned along the line of Senator Seawer. I'm concerned about the width and breadth. The thing that jumped out to me in the whole list is septic systems. That was one that I thought of, which is generally speaking, that would be done. The system oftentimes is drawn up by an excavator and their team, and then you get into fireplaces and you're talking a specialty there too. A lot of these have got quite a bit of specificity that they're not just a dime a dozen. So I just don't know how that you would then overshadow their work with this particular volunteer licensing. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Senator Curry. One of the things, the original bill was for voluntary, and Commissioner Head was clear when she said voluntary licensing is no licensing, which I would agree with. She was also very clear in that her department doesn't have the money to do any kind of study. And given what we're looking at for fiscal concerns right now, in the larger towns with with code enforcement officers and so forth and so on, they're already bound by MUBEC codes anyway. There is a certain amount of protection for those people, but in 363 other towns, they're with the code enforcement officer and what their local building codes are. My fear is that going to the larger issue of making it mandatory licensing, that what mandatory licensing will do will create a black market for contractors. I guarantee you that will happen because it already is. You have contractors who have workers' comp and contractors who don't. And if you hire a contractor and he has employees, it behooves you as a homeowner to ask if he pays workers' comp, because one of the things that before I signed on to licensing in any way, shape, or form, I would sooner sign on to some kind of a rule saying that if a contractor was working in your house and you knew that he didn't have workers' comp on his employees and they got hurt, your insurance would have to pay for that employee, because it's certainly, the problem is less about the contractors and more about the consumers. When you ask somebody to do something for the least possible price, we're in a Walmart generation where everybody believes they have a right to buy something for the lowest price possible, then you're going to end up with these kinds of things. One of the cases cited here, I've already said, I know the situation, and I know the dollars that were put into that. And in the case of the garage situation, there is nobody that I know that says they can build a garage from ground to finish for the dollars that this guy's contract was with. So, I mean, that's just, you know, you're asking for $60,000 worth of work and somebody comes along and says, I'll do it for 20. I mean, that's not even a situation of buyer beware. I mean, that's just, you just don't really know what you're doing. So I'm with, you know, Senator Searway on this, Representative Austin. I don't think this is something that at this particular point in time we should be doing, because A, we don't have the money, and B, if you try to get a contractor right now, you won't. If you want to build a house this summer, you won't. I can guarantee you, you won't, unless you've already made a contract with them. So why do we want to do something that's going to even cramp them even more? It's the same type of thing with the electricians. We want to broaden those people in that system. Yeah, we want to do it safely, and I think we have mechanisms to do that. But at the end of the day, this is just not going to, this isn't going to help. It's going to be hurt. It's going to hurt. And it's going to drive people's pricing right through the roof. Guarantee you.
Thank you, Representative Sharm. You referenced Commissioner Head, and I'm seeing that she is in the room. I want to ask her. Are you? Oh, she's being moved into the panelist role. Thank you, Commissioner Head. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you had an opportunity to see the amended the original bill, the amendment? Any thoughts on and that's just a proposed amendment. It's not on the table at this point. I know you had a lot of thoughts on how committees request, or how you get requests for summary review and resources for that. What were your reactions? Or how does the department feel?
Well, when I testified on the original bill, one of the points that I had to make, because it's a different situation today than it was in years past. The funding has always been somewhat of a problem, and I have done the work myself. Now, as commissioner, I worked a lot of time off the books to do this kind of work. I'm afraid that things have grown to the point where I just can't, I don't want to do something that's not high quality. And at this point, I know what has been discussed in the past. And your analyst is correct. The estimate on the number of regulated individuals ranged between 12,000 and 15,000 people. That would be the largest regulatory program in the state. So you know that that's going to be a costly state agency. It's not that it can't be done. It's just that I don't believe and that I have the capacity to create a bill myself. I would want, if I were in your position and there was a commitment to regulate these individuals, I would want the most experienced drafter of legislation to be involved in preparing a bill. That said, you're still going to have to face the dilemma of deciding specifically which kind of worker is going to be regulated. And I've just heard some of your discussion about that. I did have to leave the committee to go to another committee to make a presentation. So I haven't heard the interim discussion, and I'm not sure I know, I've never seen the amendment.
Okay.
Is that
So-
easily explained or not? Or
Ms.
maybe you
Olson?
don't want to.
No. I think it's fine to. Ms. Olson, did you want to describe the strikes the voluntary aspect of it and charges for a sunrise review with a budget. And then if you haven't seen the details yet of the, Ms. Olson, if you could pull that up in terms of the details, that would be great. I saw you on earlier and then I didn't see you and now I see you again.
Commissioner Head, so it strikes the original bill after the enacting clause and inserts in the following. This is the new title is to direct the department to perform a sunrise review of a licensing system for general contractors for home improvement and construction. It removes that voluntary element that was in the original bill. And then it lays out in section 2 the requirements for conducting the sunrise review and what the department shall consider. It provides a definition for general contractors, a definition for dwelling and home improvement. I don't want to go too quickly, although I can certainly send you a copy. And then the requirements for licensure to include education and training experience, disclosure of prior judgments, and the current status of licensure. And of course, number 5 is that whether the safety of the public can adequately be ensured through the system. With a report back in
Great.
December.
Thank you for that, Rachel. I appreciate it. I do get the, I do understand the import of it. Let me just say this about any regulatory process in the construction industry generally. Unless there is a workers' comp provision requiring workers' comp insurance and business insurance and all sorts of other insurance that is designed to protect the workers on the site and the consumer, you're not really putting enough teeth into a bill. And in all of the bills that have come forward, that was the breaking point. The business advocates will argue against it. It's not needed, and so that's where the real disagreements show up in a bill like this. It could be a perfect bill, and you will still see those disagreements. I'm not comfortable taking that amendment and saying that I can do a decent job by December 2021. That is an undertaking I cannot do. I have so many other, I know that's what the Sunrise Statute says. What I would suggest, if you want a suggestion, is to form a technical review committee, which is part of the Sunrise Statute, and get, have a committee of those people in the industry, as well as people who normally protect citizens from fraud, get them to agree to be part of the discussion. That kind of group meeting together and producing a report for you might be a better way to go here. The structures that you see in Connecticut and Vermont, I think have been there for many years. And I'm sure they started small, and then the program grew. And I would expect that that's what would happen here. You have to decide what the goal here is. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to increase the quality of the construction, or are you trying to protect Maine citizens so that they don't lose money? I think that's really the base question. And I'm sorry that I wasn't here for the discussion that you've had earlier. There's nothing wrong with the amendment. It's just not something I can handle.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. A couple of things. One is I don't disagree with the last representative speaking about how the costs are likely to go up. But I think we're seeing that already. We are seeing housing in Maine shoot up. We're seeing supply become increasingly small. In my community, anything that comes up for sale is sold, often for cash, within 24 hours. Because you can't get contractors, I expect to see more fraud, more general contractors appearing out of thin air with promises to do great work. And just by the fact that this comes up every single year, and we've heard so many stories, of which most of us on this committee, or at least several of us, have our own personal stories, as does Senator Breen, who first suggested this bill, that something needs to be done to protect consumers. I happen to think this amendment is overbroad. I think the definition of general contractor is way too wide. But with all due respect to you, Commissioner Head, I hear what you're telling us about your job, but I guess our job is to set policy. And our job is to make sure you have the tools to do the policy. And so to me, if we say there needs to be a sunrise or even a technical committee, as you suggested, and you would know better how to go forward with this, it's our job to give you those resources. I don't think it can be an excuse to say she's too busy, and so we can't move forward on something that is brought up every single year because there is no current satisfactory remedy for home builders when they end up with a general contractor who's either incompetent or frankly fraudulent. So it seems like we have to do something. I do think this amendment is overbroad in its definition of a general contractor, but just doing the math for Connecticut and Rhode Island, we're talking about if we use the lower number of 12,000 contractors paying $200 a year, we're talking about $2.4 million to pay for the program. I think it's our job to sort of figure that stuff out and to give Commissioner Head what she needs to do. But our job is to say, it is the purpose of this commission to protect consumers. And if we protect them from bad haircuts, we certainly ought to be protecting them from the thing they spend the most money on in their lives.
Representative Hassenfuss.
So thank you, Chair Curry. Commissioner Head, can you just kind of give us a summary of what that technical review process would look like, who would be involved, and what it could study and recommend?
The purpose of this is actually a substitute for the work that I would normally do in an area that's very technical. And it hasn't been used very much because there is a price tag. But what you would see is a group selected for their expertise in a number of different fields, including the construction industry, finance, workers' comp, insurance, all of the players that need to come together to give their expertise to the group, study everybody's comments, everybody's submissions, and then report back to this committee with their findings, whether it is you need to include XYZ provisions to protect the public, you know, they would be actually fashioning for you the bones of a statutory proposal.
And
so
could that proposal be something other than licensure if they feel that some other regulations might help?
Well, it depends on how the charge to this committee is drafted. You can be very specific, or you can be broader and say, give us your thoughts whether regulation is good or not so good. I think it does have to be specifically drafted so that the group would know exactly what they were supposed to be doing.
Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I just had a question for you. I've heard a lot of comments about no protections, but don't we have protections in place? I mean, I know when I hired my contractor or my carpenter, I had to ask for references. I wanted to see his work. I went through the contract. I had, he was insurance backed. He had, there was money leverage because I'd pay him only so much to get certain jobs done and whatever. And also you do have courts and there's probably some other protections as well. So anyway, isn't this bill, what you're doing is taking all that you do on yourself to do those checks and balances. And instead, what this is doing is the government's doing it all for you for licensing. Is that my understanding? And also what are the protections we have?
It's an excellent question, and this is my answer to that. For a very long time, when the bill to license people did not go anywhere, this committee and the prior committees worked really hard to create protections in different ways. For example, the criminal law for fraud was amended a couple of times by the legislature on this very point. And because it is very difficult for an attorney to prove that someone acted in a fraudulent manner. It's hard. I mean, it's not easy to prove that. So that one thing, was added. The Attorney General's office has created educational material for people thinking about using a contractor for anything, basically, but certainly for home building. And one of the first things that it says is get a contract. But I think we hear from people all the time that, that don't take those steps to protect their own hard-earned money. And I don't know why that is. I think I don't fault the public if they don't pick up the pieces that would really protect them. I mean, if somebody actually did have a contract and only pay a 1/3 down of the whole project, if something went bad, at least they didn't lose everything they put into it. But people don't think like that. And I don't know why, but education is the basis for everything about personal responsibility. It has everything to do with finance. So you can have a perfectly good built house, quality workmanship, and that person may be on the verge of going bankrupt. I mean, what do you do about that to protect somebody from a contractor that has that in the background? In one of our bills, we required proof of, disclosure of past bankruptcies or pending bankruptcies. And that didn't go very far at all. And you would think that if somebody saw that in a background piece or in some information, they would think twice about giving that person their money. So it's hard to protect the public when they're in the position of making decisions. You know, it's hard to say, well, you should have a lawyer. Well, people don't have the money to hire a lawyer in some cases. And it doesn't have to be a whole house. It can be, as you say, Representative Ducharme, it could be just a garage. But there are things in place to protect consumers. But if they don't have a written contract, there's no way they will win in court when something goes bad. And I'll have to say that a licensing program gives people a sense of false security, because those complaints will come in, a set of inspectors will go out and look at it. They'll say, yeah, it was a crappy job, but the guy had the money and he did it, and now you can't get the money back. It's not the state that can reimburse people or get restitution. So I'm not going to talk any longer because I mean, it's just a really hard decision to make, to take on a very large population of general contractors when we're in an economy that's trying to recover. And we know firsthand that when you impose license requirements on a group that's not been regulated before, there are two groups that are formed. The ones that want to comply, and they're the larger companies that have attorneys and have quality control provisions. Those are fine, but it's the other half of that group that isn't quite as well funded that may get into trouble, and they could all be licensed. So I think you're thinking the right things. I feel like I'm standing in your way when you really want to do something, and I don't want to feel like that. So that's why I suggested the technical review committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Head. Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Senator Curry. One of the points of discussion that was brought up, and it's been brought up in other work sessions that we've had, and it's been brought up twice today that I'm aware of, was that we're a policy committee. I think a week or so ago, we were told we're not a bank, we're a policy committee. We vote on policy, and AFA decides if something can be funded. I really take exception to that on a couple of different grounds. I worked in a bank for 20 years, and one of the things about banking is people give you their money voluntarily and expect you to protect it and grow it. In government, money is taken from the public either by taxes or rule of law, and the public expects government to pay it, to use that money for their benefit. And it's the function of the legislature to monitor that spending. In 1966, fiscal notes were added to joint rules. The primary function of fiscal note is to inform the legislators of a piece of legislation's fiscal impact. To proclaim that the idea committee is a policy committee is inaccurate. It's our job as legislators to assess bills that come before us, not just to agree that the idea is a good idea, but to determine whether the state of Maine and thereby the taxpayers can afford it. And so, Commissioner Head has said she needs more money. Again, like I said before, we're looking for money everywhere we can find it to fill the fiscal hole that we think that we're in. In terms of fiscal note, there isn't a fiscal note on this, but I would think that the fiscal note would be whatever the cost of such a review would be. And I don't think we need to put that on the taxpayers right now.
Thank you, Representative Ducharme. Representative Collmore. Representative Collmore, we're not hearing you, although I don't see you muted.
Sorry, apparently I hit mute on my phone too.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to clarify, you had mentioned the process for a technical review also comes with a price tag, which of course would make sense since you're using up people's time to do the review. I'm curious, what is the cost of a technical review compared to the cost of a sunrise review?
It would be the same, I would think, because I would need a consultant to assist in sunrise review. And the technical review committee, there is, I believe, although I haven't checked today, I believe there is a loan provision. It would be a general fund loan that would have to be repaid out of the proceeds of a regulatory program that was later established. I'm not sure if I'm making that clear.
No, just to clarify on that. So if the technical reviewers met and took out said loan from the general fund, if there wasn't a licensure that came out of that would pull fees, who would pay the price tag on that?
I don't know the answer to that question. It just hasn't happened.
All right,
But
thank you very much for those clarifications.
somebody would have to.
Yes.
I've only had one of those committees, and the group was able to repay the loan.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions or comments on the motion before us? The motion before us is for LD 126 ought not to pass. Any more comment? Representative Hassenfuss.
Yeah, I just have one more question kind of for the committee as a whole. Is this something that we feel should be addressed, or is it something that we feel like the legislature doesn't need to get involved in? You know, I feel like there's an obligation to protect consumers from at least hold contractors to a minimum competency standard. And I feel like we as representatives should protect our constituents from that, just because I understand the immense costs that some people have gone through for this. And I understand that some people have varying degrees of financial competency and understanding of building and construction and a number of those things. And so personally, I think it is something that we should look at further. I don't know what the solution is, but I want us to do something. Is that shared by?
Representative Hassenfuss, I think this is the second time you've asked that question. I think people are chiming in to the degree that they wish to chime in. So I will just keep calling on folks. Senator Searway.
Yeah, I was listening to Commissioner Head, and she said really licensing is not going to prevent the quality work. It may help as far as maybe the top people that want to join in because they have the money and whatever, but it's not going to prevent the work quality. You know, I think we do have protections. I just think that people don't take the lead in checking out those protections. I mean, Yeah, it's very easy to look at somebody else's work. If you go and see what kind of work they've done, that's a really strong protection. And you ask the people that have had work done by those people. And then the other is that they have contracts, and to make sure the contracts are followed. And then also the insurance, they have backing for insurance if you're not happy with their work. And you can also have, there is criminal charges with fraud. There's the money leverage. You've got courts that can, for claims. So there are protections out there. And I think it's just the buyer has to be aware of what quality person you have doing your work. And I certainly check those things out before I go and do anything major, that's for sure. So that's my input on that.
Thank you, Senator Searway. Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Representative Hassifus. I think I probably could say for all of us, there's no question when we hear a constituent's concern, we all feel very compelled to try to address it in some way. I think if you think back to the testimony, if you will, of the long trail of pieces of legislation that have been submitted on this very subject, you can see the difficulty that varied amounts of legislators have faced in trying to get to the bottom of, let's say, poor behavior, poor work, and perhaps slight oversight. I think to Commissioner Head's unwavering ability to be so consistent all these years on this, and then be able to tell us today different pieces of, let's call it a settlement of these challenges that have been made to try to address it. You will see that solutions have been tried. And that doesn't mean that we stop, but it does mean we have to weigh each one out quite heavily. And I think, again, a lot of it does boil down to some people do, I have a long-standing family businesses in excavating and doing a tremendous amount of land work, road work, septic work, and I could go on. And I think one of our legislators mentioned, when people ask for quotes, they very often go to the cheapest quote, to the cheapest bid. And oftentimes that is exactly what they get for a piece of work. Unfortunately, it is a bad, bad experience and leaves a terrible taste in their mouth. But I'm not sure that we can give the oversight, both fiscally and policy-wide, to solve all of those shortages of just an awareness. So I think, again, the legislature has tried, and I know we will continue to try, but I do not want Commissioner Head to ever, ever not feel that she can come to us and give us her full evaluation of what she thinks can be done and what she thinks she can take under her wing for an assignment and what the cost will be. I think we have to have that as a package and evaluate it as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Austin. Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Just a couple of quick points. Senator Searway, you built your own house, and I bet you knew exactly what you were doing, or you wouldn't have attempted to do it. I just think there are so many people who have no idea and don't have family and haven't lived in Maine for 5 generations and can't look to their friends and neighbors to say who you trust. I think most people are fairly innocent about, oh, he's a contractor. They're assuming a basic level of competence and honesty. And they're assuming, because 22 other states license contractors, that there's something back there somewhere that says that these people are out here doing business because they should be, because they're competent to do so. And I don't think that's true. And I think as Maine grows and as more people come, there's less and less of that opportunity to say to your neighbor, to your friend, to the 5 generations of people who have lived there, who would you trust to do this? I just don't think we have it. And I think there's a reason 22 other states have gone to licensure. I don't know what the answer is, and I so appreciate Commissioner Head being frank with us. And I hope you don't mind if I'm being frank back. I just I can't accept. I'm a nurse. I have a license. That guarantees you a basic level of competence. And it guarantees that if I screw up, if I make mistakes, it goes to the Board of Nursing, and there are repercussions for me, and all of my future employers know about them. I just cannot believe there is not a way to assure people of basic competence before they make one of the biggest deposits costs they're going to spend in their lives. And the fact that it keeps coming up over and over says we haven't cracked this nut. So I'm hoping that we could agree, as Representative Roberts said, this is not, we have not decided to license, and this is not a bill saying, get to it, Commissioner Head, where you want to license. Instead, there's a problem. We know there's a problem. It's come up in every legislature for the last 10 years. What is our way forward? And I like the sound of the technical review. I like the sound of the sunrise, and I'm happy to add a fiscal note, which will be very small relative to the budget, to make sure she has the resources she needs, because this is an ongoing, recurring, and growing problem. Thank you.
Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to answer Representative Hassenfuss's question, in that I think that there are protections in place under code enforcement as well. So anytime I do something and I own property in more than one municipality, one that falls under MUBEC and one that doesn't. And both of them require an extensive review before I'm allowed to even have somebody put something up on my property, whether it's I do it myself or I have a contractor doing it. And as part of that process, they are asking all of those types of questions. Now, if somebody goes out and builds it without first addressing, or does a home improvement without going to their code enforcement officer, I think they themselves are the ones removing that, and actually could end up having to, for example, I had to go to code enforcement just to have a deck built on the back of my house because the town I reside in falls under MUBEC. And it was going to be attached to our house, which then made it considered an extension of the house. I had to do the same thing on our commercial property that we own in the same town to put a fire escape in so that we were meeting fire codes, but I also had to meet the building codes, or the contractor did. We did not do that one. So I think that's where the protection lies right now, if that hopefully will answer where I stand on this anyway.
Thank you very much, Representative Collmore. Representative Austin, were you trying to say something again? No? Okay. It looks like we've exhausted this topic on the motion. I don't see any other questions or comments, and so I'm going to ask Ms. Breton to call the roll. The motion before us is ought not to pass, and that was originally moved. I can't remember who it was moved by. I think it was Senator Searway and seconded by Representative Collmore. Did I get that right? And
by
the motion is,
Representative Ducharme was the second.
Representative Ducharme, thank you. And the motion is ought not to pass. Ms. Breton, can you call the roll?
Yes, thank you for clarifying that, because I didn't get the second either. So it's an ought not to pass motion made by Senator Searway, seconded by Representative Ducharme. So on an ought not to pass motion, you'll be voting yes if you want ought not to pass, no if you do not. Representative Geiger.
No.
Representative Geiger, no. Representative Andrews? I do not see Representative Andrews. Representative Pebworth?
No.
Representative Petworth, no. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Clucini is absent. Senator Seaway. You're muted, Senator.
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin? You're now muted.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Can you just repeat what the motion is for again?
It's an ought not to pass motion.
I vote no. That this should pass.
So you're voting no on the ought not to pass?
No on the ought not to pass.
Okay. Representative Bailey?
No.
Representative Bailey, no. Representative Bernard?
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts?
No.
Representative Roberts, no. Senator Curry?
No.
Senator Curry, no. It's a 5-6 vote. So the motion fails.
So the motion fails. We will move forward. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to LD 195, I'd like to motion ought to pass as amended with the amendment put forth today.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any more discussion, or have we had the discussion? Representative Collmore.
I had one question where we have 2 members absent. What happens with the vote if they come in after the fact to vote yes on ought not to pass?
Great question. Great question. So if they do, and if at this point we would have, if it was even, we would have just done it by report, and we'd be having the discussion right now about what is everyone's report. So it would have mirrored what we did this morning. But it wasn't even, so we're continuing on for those that were present. So if they come in and they vote in the affirmative of the ought not to pass, then that becomes the majority report. So, but at this point, yeah. So at this point, then so it'll be divided report. We are trying to determine at this point. So we're continuing the process. Is there any other comment? Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know they put ought to pass as amended, but are they going to take out those specialties or not on that was brought up? Because it just seems like it's beyond the scope.
So if that's a friendly amendment, I would look to Representative Roberts. I know she addressed that earlier in terms of it being a study, and that she was okay with it being broader, and then the study would give us an opportunity to narrow it. But I want to, if you want to accept anything as a friendly amendment, you're welcome to.
Yeah, I would just refer back to my earlier comment about this being broad so that we're looking at everything, and then we can narrow it down going forward if we'd like to in the next session.
Okay. Representative Geiger.
I too would want to make a friendly amendment to change the definition to allow owner instead of resider to be exempt from general contractor. And I hear you, Representative. I'm just wondering, and again, I'm brand new to the legislature, so what do I know? I'm just wondering if by passing it as is, we are sort of handing Commissioner Head and that technical committee our foundational definition from which they go forward, versus how do you want to define these terms? We've defined them for them, and having defined them, I would like to get it right if we're going to pass it.
Representative Roberts, are you okay with do you accept that?
Yeah, I would say pending language review from Ms. Olson so that it can include someone's camp, but not if they own 30 different properties across the state and are choosing to do their own repairs, and the residents there will suffer from the, lack of. So I would leave it to Ms. Olson to kind of massage the language on that so that it could include someone's home or their camp. I don't know what the exact term, so I would say pending language review.
Okay, just to, I want to make sure I'm understanding this. So you would want that language to include your primary residence and secondary residence, but not if you, for example, owned sort of additional properties for the purposes of maybe income versus. Okay, does that that type of language is what you would like to get at?
That will get us there for the sunrise review, and then if we need to whittle it down more later, we can.
So that was a change in the amendment, and that was originally seconded by, did we get a second on that? Did I miss a second?
Representative Bailey.
Representative Bailey seconded that. So is that okay with you, Representative Bailey, that the amendment would have a kind of primary residence, secondary residence exemption?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And Representative Collmore.
My only concern with the designation of residence as opposed to own is that when I have a property that I do not reside on or even have a second residence because I'm currently building said second residence, that would preclude me and I'd be required to get a general contractor license. That would be my only really big concern about doing it as a residence requirement.
Thank you. Let's see, Commissioner Head, I know you're trying to jump in here, and I'll give you one last comment here. Commissioner Head.
I just wanted to say that I don't think it's realistic, the December 21 deadline. If you would like to add some kind of an extension, some extension language if that's necessary. I've never had to use that on a report like this, but I can tell you that December, whatever it is not going to give enough time for this. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Bailey.
I just wanted to clarify that I think Representative Roberts has already mentioned this, but some of the issues that we're bringing up here too, I share some of those concerns about which structures are included and which are not. But I think that when we have a technical review back from the Commissioner Head and decide whether to do the next steps and whether to have licensure or whatever that might be, we can then discuss at that point, I think, where do we draw that line? So I don't know that we need to draw a line, but I completely agree with the comments that have been raised and trying to figure out where you draw that, because there's accessory apartments and there's a lot of other questions that come into play. So I just wanted to make that up.
Representative Roberts, did you have any comments? Did you raise your hand?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Seeing no other comments, would Ms. Olson, Ms. Breton, would you call the roll?
Sure. So I have an ought to pass as amended report. Motion made by Representative Roberts, second by Representative Bailey. Representative Geiger.
Did we not also do an amendment, a friendly amendment to the
That
amendment?
is included in this. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, then yes.
Representative Andrews is absent. Representative Pepworth.
Yes.
Representative Pepworth, yes. Representative Collmore. I didn't hear you, Representative Collmore.
No.
Thank you. Representative Collmore, no. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway.
No.
Senator Seaway, no. Representative Deschamps.
No.
Representative Ducharme, no. Representative Austin?
No.
Representative Austin, no. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard? Oh, I think we've lost Representative Bernard. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. 6 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative, with 3 absent. What would the minority report be?
So would the minority report be the ought not to pass earlier? Is that Representative Ducharme? Ought not to pass?
I would say the minority report should be ought not to pass.
Okay, I'm looking for Senator Searway, yes?
Yes, ought not to pass, straight.
Right. Or your report. There are 4 votes out there, so
Yeah.
it will be. So Representative Collmore? Ought not to pass, correct?
Just can't hear.
I couldn't hear you. If you could say that one more time. And I think did we get everyone?
I
Senator Searway?
apologize. I'm having some major issues with my phone right now, wanting to mute and unmute itself.
That's all right. And then
So
I think
yes, I agree. Ought not to pass.
And then Senator Bernard will have to call in.
Representative Austin.
Representative Austin, are you there? Would you like to join the report that says ought not to pass as you voted earlier?
Yes.
Representative Andrews, I know you're just joining us. Did you want to vote after the fact or did you want to vote now?
I'll be voting with the Republican side.
Okay, ought not to pass. Is that where you are? I just wanted to hear that we lost your audio.
Yes, I'll be voting on the Republican side of the bill.
So ought not to pass.
Ought not to pass is what I'm looking here. Okay. Thank you. And so we have the report of ought to pass at 6. We have an ought not to pass at 5. And we have 3 members who will be voting absentee. So with that, 2 members.
Yes. Because Representative Andrews just joined us.
Thank you very much. I miscounted. With that, we will close the work session on LD 195 and remind, well, no, I was going to remind the folks who have to vote, but they're not here as to how they do that, but they're not here. So we'll close LD 195 and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. I see Senator Searway to adjourn, Representative Ducharme to second.
Make
All
the
those in
motion
favor?
adjourn.
Meeting's adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead.